Chapter 1657. 8 streaks of immortal light burst forth. Yi Fan was shocked. This was the immortal light of the North Pole, something that could only be captured on the path of immortality. This person actually shot out 8 of them in an instant and even added other materials to condense them into magical artifacts. Worthy of being the quasi-emperor with astonishing origins. Before he became famous during the Archaic era, this was most likely a treasure bestowed by the undying heavenly emperor. This also proved the methods of the supreme being from the legendary era. Yi Fan resisted. His 5 fingers were like rainbows, and every time he attacked, he moved like lightning. He was fast to the extreme as he used his physical body to face the other party's magical Dao power. Truly astonishing. I want to see just how powerful your physical body is. The two fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split. The Golden War God's cold words were transmitted over. He was curious and wanted to clash with Yi Fan's true body. Amidst the sonorous sounds, the golden light around his body burst forth. His body shone as if he was contained within a dazzling sun as he smashed over. The quasi-emperor's power increased by a large amount. The power of his bloodline was actually so astonishing that it exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. He naturally wouldn't be careless and fight this person head-on. Yi Fan immediately used the Celestial Emperor Fist. As his fist moved, the sun, moon, and stars in the sky actually changed their trajectories and revolved with the fist's power. It was incomparably terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? The fist intent was unrivaled, suppressing the will of the universe. It wasn't natural laws, but rather the release of the human body's core. An unrivaled fist intent drove the stars to revolve. This scene shocked the entire battlefield, making the expert surrounded by the sun essence feel incomparably shocked. His gaze was intimidating, and he had no choice but to treat this carefully. Hong. This was a collision of physical bodies. Yi Fan bravely advanced and brandished out a fist that resonated with the heavens and caused the stars to tremble. The Golden War God's body trembled and revealed an expression of disbelief. He released a muffled groan and staggered backwards. Streaks of bloody scars appeared on his body. His expression was complicated. He had once followed the undying heavenly emperor and fought bloody battles throughout the universe. What kind of people hadn't he seen before? His body had been tempered in every way and was extremely astonishing. If people knew his true identity, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Many experts in the universe wouldn't be able to sleep well. He never thought that his body would be injured by such a young descendant and almost split into pieces. This truly left him shocked. If not for his cultivation being powerful enough to prevent this from happening, his body might have been in danger. Next, he no longer used his physical body to fight. Instead, he used his magic power and the divine chains of order to suppress Yi Fan. Clang! It had been many years since he had fought to his heart's content. Even though this person was very strong, he was not afraid. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. The extreme Yin and extreme Sun divine powers circulated at the same time, and the bone cudgel in his hand flashed. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, smashing his opponent head-on. Wait, no, they are the same person. Yi Fan and the human devil noticed the anomaly. The war gods shrouded in moonlight and sunlight shrouded in sunlight, as long as they got close to each other, their battle prowess would soar. Because of this, both Yi Fan and the human devil were cautious in order to prevent them from merging. There was a special connection between the two of them. As long as the moonlight and sunlight collided, it would erupt with terrifying power, leaving Yi Fan and the human devil in the battlefield deeply shocked. Did you see it? Ha! The Silver Moon War God coldly said, "Life is cultivation, a boat sailing against the current. I am one of the 8 divine generals under the undying heavenly emperor, the Sun Moon Divine General." The Golden War God introduced himself. The Silver Moon War God nodded. Their divine consciousnesses were as vast as the sea. The two resonated and burst forth with an even more terrifying might. This was suffocating. It's really him. Who would have thought that this person is still alive? Didn't they say that the Sun-Moon Divine General had fallen? The undying Heavenly Emperor had personally erected a monument for him. How could he still be in this world? Within the red mist, an ancient prince muttered to himself. He was astonished at this result. Even he had not thought that it would be this person. Sun-Moon Divine General. I think I've heard of him before. The Black Emperor had a square head and big ears. He was quite majestic, but at this moment, he quivered and shivered. In the distant past, it was an ancient era close to deities. The undying Heavenly Emperor had a total of 8 divine generals under him. They pacified the 8 wastelands of the universe, sweeping through everything before them. No one could stop them. That was a glorious era. Every single one of them had become a deity. They had fought their entire lives and experienced the baptism of blood and fire. They had tempered themselves into the most powerful quasi-emperor body. There were even some who had reached the pinnacle state of their bodies. One more step and they would have achieved the Tao. The 8 divine generals might shook the universe. They were unrivaled in myriad realms. They had once guarded the 8 extremities and created the most glorious era. The 8 of them were absolutely not something the 8 tribes and their descendants could compare to. The difference was like heaven and earth. And the Sun-Moon Divine General was one of them. However, it was rumored that he had died young. After pacifying the 8 wastelands, there was a problem with his Tao comprehension. His blood splashed across the desolate ancestral planet and he died. The undying Heavenly Emperor's divine abilities were indeed matchless. His methods were heaven-defying. He personally buried the Sun-Moon Divine General in order to revive him. There were ancient princes who thought of this legend. Now, it seemed like it was true. Otherwise, how could the Sun-Moon Divine General reappear in this world? The only explanation was that he revived after his death. It was rumored that the undying Heavenly Emperor seized the fortune and drew upon the endless immortal light on the path to immortality. It flowed into the Sun-Moon Divine General's tomb and healed his broken body. He then sealed it with an immortal source and left behind a possibility of revival. Now that this person appeared, all of the rumors became clear. This wasn't an ordinary quasi-emperor. He had once reached a high level and shook the cosmos before the archaic times. His hands were covered in bloodstains, and there was no lack of quasi-emperor blood at the same level. Everyone's hearts became heavy. This was the Sun-Moon Divine General from back then, the leader of one of the 8 divisions. He had long since become a deity. It was actually him who defied the heavens and appeared alive. Forget about the various heroes, even the ancient princes and the others felt restraining fear. At the very least, before they grew up and reached that realm, this was an extremely dangerous character. If this one truly took action, it would truly be bullying you all. Using the sun and moon thoughts to come here, it would also be considered bullying the weak. However, you all must be killed. They spoke at the same time, shaking the heavens. Everyone became stupefied. This wasn't his true body, but only the incarnations of the sun and moon thoughts. Everyone was horrified. The Black Emperor and Imperial Prince level figures were silent. This was how it should be. If the Sun-Moon Divine General's true body truly descended, then the scene might be completely different. The quasi-emperor who had once followed the undying Heavenly Emperor had long become a high-level quasi-emperor. If he appeared, then his power would most likely be unstoppable. Right now, the difference between these 2 incarnations and the legendary deity was too great. If this was his true body, then it would damage his reputation and not match the legends. You 2 juniors, if you defeat me, I can let you live for a while longer. I'm also a bit interested in you too. The Sun-Moon Divine General said. He was a god from the primordial era, and his name had shaken the ages. He indeed had the qualifications to say such words. However, the human demon was extremely unhappy. I feel that your taste will definitely not be bad. What an interesting fellow. You want to eat me? The Golden War God laughed coldly. I want to cook you and eat you, the human demon said. Old man, that's called hot pot. Pang Bo reminded loudly. Everyone felt a bit dizzy, but their fear towards the deity of the 8 divine generals had decreased by quite a bit. This little fellow has quite the character. Kill. The human demon's true age wasn't very old, but he wasn't young either. He was furious after hearing this. He held the white bone club in his hand and rushed forward. His battle prowess began to rise. Everyone felt dizzy. How did the human demon's strength suddenly increase so much when he was angry? Even the Black Emperor and the others were dumbfounded. The immortal energy of extreme yin and extreme yang were rampaging. Following the human demon's rage, they fused and collided within his body. Waves of chaotic light burst out from his palms and fingers. This was a shocking transformation. The fusion of extreme yin and extreme yang could actually produce such a transformation. The Silver Moon War God was astonished. He didn't dare to be careless and fought seriously against the human demon, Dongfang Tai. The battle between Yi Fan and the Golden War God had also reached a climax. This was the first time he had relied on his own strength to fight against a quasi-emperor. The comprehension he gained was extremely important and crucial. Yi Fan was incomparably serious. He didn't dare to relax when facing such a living ancient divine general. Otherwise, he would be in danger of dying. Clang! After fighting for a quarter of an hour, a golden spear appeared in the Sun General's hand. It was as if 100 suns had exploded. It was dazzling and pierced towards Yi Fan. This was an artifact left behind by the quasi-emperor who had died in his hands. It had become the incarnation of the sun and moon, and now, it had reappeared in the world. Yi Fan moved his body to the side, avoiding the golden spear piercing his forehead. He attacked with the celestial large fist to meet the quasi-emperor's artifact head-on. This peerlessly tyrannical confrontation made everyone's mouths go dry. That was a quasi-emperor's artifact, and it was clearly an extraordinary divine object. However, Yi Fan relied on a pair of fists to intercept it. The result left everyone shocked. The golden spear released a mournful sound, fine cracks appearing on its surface, almost destroyed. If not for the magical force surging crazily within and the Golden War God quickly withdrawing the spear, this world would have lost a divine artifact. Clang, 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 the Golden War God and the Silver Moon War God approached. The two resonated, and divine chains appeared on each of their bodies like phoenix feathers. The one fighting against Yi Fan had golden chains all over his body. He brandished his spear and swung the boundless laws of the Great Tao down once again for the final blow. The other side was just as intense. The demonic old man's messy hair was standing on end. This was the first time he was so serious. He roared at the sky and attacked with his white bone club. Boom! The entire place was flooded. Blood splattered everywhere, and the laws of the world were in chaos. One could vaguely see the golden deity and the silver deity merging together. However, they were blasted away by Yi Fan's emperor's fist and the demonic human's bone club. Crack! The sound of something shattering could still be heard. Yi Fan had shattered the golden spear with his emperor's fist and destroyed the quasi-emperor's artifact with his bare hands. All the spectators were shocked speechless. Pfft! The demonic old man was even more ferocious. His white bone club had already smashed the silver war god into meat paste. It looked like meat, but it turned into a rain of light. The demonic human Dongfang Tai was very dissatisfied. The food that was right in his mouth had flown away. In the end, Yi Fan also shattered the golden war god, turning it into a rain of light and ending the battle. The sun and moon war god's body is unwell. Otherwise, even his two divine phantoms would be stronger than this. It seems that even if he is resurrected, there will be a big problem, the Black Emperor said. In the depths of a distant star field, on an ancient planet, under a tombstone, the radiance of the sun and moon rushed up to the sky. All the stars in the sky trembled, and an innumerable amount of light rained down on the tombstone. In the tomb, a godlike young man suddenly opened his eyes. Terrifying beams of light shot out from the universe like bolts of lightning, drowning the entire place. This abnormal scene was too terrifying, and it caused all living beings to tremble. Boundless immortal light surged in the tomb. It was their existence that allowed this young-looking ascendant to come back to life. Divine General, please calm down. Suddenly, a beam of divine light flew over and descended on this ancient planet. However, it couldn't help but tremble, unable to withstand this kind of pressure. What business do you have here? A cold voice came from the tomb. It was very different from the sun and moon war gods' dual phantoms. The Empress has an important matter to invite you over to discuss. Please put aside other matters for the time being, including the prince's vengeance. The newcomer bowed respectfully. Why? The Sun and Moon Divine General was still very cold, and his words were extremely concise. The person who stopped the Empress from descending to the world has appeared. Please go over and lend her a hand. The newcomer's status was not low. He spoke solemnly. Chapter 1658. She knows that I still can't leave this tomb. This is all I can do for now. A cold and emotionless voice came from the tomb. In the sky, stars flickered. Countless great stars poured down boundless silver waterfalls, pouring down on this ancient tombstone, nourishing everything here. This scene was so shocking that it made one's hair stand on end. The revival of an unrivaled divine general actually required such a huge amount of power. The entire star field was quickly dimming. Many stars were eternally cold and extinguished. The emissary's status was very high, but he didn't even dare to breathe loudly here. Facing this peerless general who had once followed the undying heavenly emperor, even his soul was trembling. This was a divine general who would kill at the drop of a hat. In the past, he had founded the golden age of the quasi-emperor. He had a feeling that the 8 great divine generals of the past didn't truly respect the undying Heaven Empress. The Heaven Empress knows of your condition and ordered me to deliver an immortal treasure. This is an unexpected gain, and it will definitely be of great use to you. The Phoenix Nest emissary didn't dare to delay and revealed the hidden reason. Is that so? Is there something useful to me? The divine general indifferently asked. His appearance was very young as he sat cross-legged in the tomb. He was cold and emotionless. It's useful, it's an immortal pill. The emissary hurriedly said. Then, a stone box appeared in his hands. It flowed with a misty radiance as he respectfully held it there. With a k'chi sound, the stone box disappeared into the catacombs and appeared between the fingers of the Sun-Moon Divine General. He opened it directly and a sweet fragrance rushed out, causing the vegetation in this area to flourish. Its vitality was too strong. It had a heaven-defying effect. The Divine General's cold eyes instantly erupted with 2 terrifying beams of light. He was greatly moved and revealed a shocked expression for the first time. It's actually the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. It was a legendary immortal pill that could only be seen a few times in the mortal world. It required immortal medicine as the main material. After thousands of refinements, it would finally become a heaven-defying pill with unpredictable effects. This thing was known as the number 1 pill since ancient times. It could defy the heavens and change one's fate. It was said that with this thing, one couldn't die even if they wanted to. It could even allow a great emperor to live another life. There's only the residue of an immortal pill. There's only about 1/10 of it, but I think it won't be a problem to treat your injuries. The emissary respectfully said. That's enough. Even if I can't make a full recovery, I'm almost there. The Sun-Moon Divine General's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. All sorts of stars twinkled in the sky, making it even more terrifying. After being nourished by the immortal light, his injuries stabilized and he was brought back from the pile of corpses. Now, this type of precious medicine should be able to display its effects. Immortal pills could definitely regrow flesh and bones from the brink of death. There was no problem in treating his injuries. The only regretful thing was that this was a pill from the primordial era. Its essence energy had been lost, and it did not have much medicinal power. After obtaining the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill, the Sun-Moon Divine General's expression softened considerably. He sat in the tomb and inquired about the reason. Who did the Heaven Empress meet that requires my help? We don't know yet. Heaven Empress failed in her pursuit of undying Heaven Blade, but she encountered a great enemy. Where? Behind the 9 imperial passes. The messenger said seriously. If the undying Heaven Empress wanted to reign supreme and rule over the world, she would inevitably have to ascend to that land. She never imagined that that place would also become the battlefield of the decisive battle, provoking a world-shaking enemy. To think that there would be such an expert in this world. This is something to look forward to. You should go back first. The divine general recovered his coldness. The messenger felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer, turning around to leave. When faced with a deity sealing existence, his entire body was contorting, wishing to kneel down. Only when the messenger left into the distance did the youngster sitting in the tomb spit out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, but his eyes were like blades, not caring in the slightest. There was a problem with comprehending the Tao. The result is terrible, it really is unendurable. Primal chaos, immortal light swirled in the tomb, submerging him within. There was no longer any sound. In the ancient battlefield, Yi Fan and the human demon smoothly killed the Sun-Moon divine generals, subduing a group of people. 2 great quasi-emperors were killed. This was a world-shocking event. As a result, this battlefield became more and more tense. The competition here was intense. Everyone had to rely on cultivation and strength to speak. Without a high enough cultivation realm, everything else was useless. From that day forth, dark clouds covered the battlefield. War drums could erupt like thunder at any time. It was the calm before the storm, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. Hong. There was another person who became a quasi-emperor. This time, it was extremely secretive, coming from the depths of the starry skies, not in the battlefield. This person was extremely cautious. When everyone hurried over, everything had already ended. However, they could still find out who this person was through clues. 2 days later, news arrived that this was the restricted region child. A terrifying youngster suspected to have come from the Sea of Reincarnation officially entered the quasi-emperor realm. For Yi Fan and the others, this wasn't some good news. They now had another enemy. 300 years ago, they fought a bloody battle with their father's generation, and now, he was still going to fight against them. Pung! Heaven and earth trembled, groups of stars trembling chaotically. There were people fighting a great battle. The curtains were finally drawn, a bloody battle of life and death starting. That day, news spread. The fire Qilin, who had disappeared for several hundred years and traveled to the desolate border of the cosmos, appeared, fighting a great battle against Imperial Prince Dao Yi on the ancient battlefield. The sun and moon shone with dark light, the stars growing dim, and great destruction taking place. The news was extremely sensational. Many people ran over to watch the battle, but in the end, they pounced on empty air. The two tore apart space, jumping out of this place and slaughtering their way to another place. When everyone chased after them, they discovered that there was only blood and remnant traces. They didn't see the two of them. This was a one-on-one life and death battle. Perhaps it would take a long time, but it would also end soon. Only 5 days later did they receive definite news. In the first clash, neither of the two obtained the upper hand. Blood splashed across the cosmos as they both retreated. Yi Fan and the others had already been here for many days, but they still hadn't found the sacred prince's whereabouts. They didn't know if he was alive or in danger, but inwardly, they reckoned that the monkey shouldn't be too much of a problem. Alright, the altar has already been constructed. We can return to the celestial court at any time and build one there as well. When the time comes, we can communicate with each other. In front of a small-scale 5-colored altar, the Black Emperor continuously praised his own craftsmanship. It really was a bit like Grandma Wang selling melons and praising herself. The group of people all looked down on him. Come, Melon Doll, you go up first. Go back to the celestial court to take a look. Don't let anyone raid our nest. The Black Emperor had Hua Hua step forward. Hua Hua tried his best to become bald. He wouldn't be a guinea pig even if he was beaten to death. What a joke. The entire universe knew how unreliable the large black dog was. In this aspect, there had been many people who had gone missing because of him. The most outrageous thing was that he had even lost himself before. "Little brat, what do you mean by that?" "Don't you believe me?" the Black Emperor said with a dark expression. "No, I believe you. I seriously believe you. This is out of respect for you. Senior Uncle Black, please go up first. There's an order of seniority, and etiquette can't be ignored." Hua Hua said righteously and seriously. The Black Emperor glared at him with his large eyes. Then, he nodded, and said, "All right." Pung. When he approached the small altar, the Black Emperor suddenly smashed the bald Hua Hua onto the altar with a claw, causing him to cry out in pain. "Senior uncle, you can't be so careless." Hua Hua wasn't a kind person either. In an instant, he used the army mantra and restrained the large black dog. He wanted to switch positions with him and pull him in. Unfortunately, the older, the wiser. The Black Emperor had already won this move, and he had already stood up. He used the movement mantra and instantly dodged to the side, causing the army mantra to fail. "Little brat, you still want to scheme against me? Why don't you think about who raised you?" The Black Emperor had long since activated the formation patterns. Amidst a dazzling multicolored light, a Tai Chi 8 trigrams gate opened up. Hua Hua cried out in pain as he fell in. Before he disappeared, he had a tragic expression on his face as he shouted, "Master, if I get lost, you have to find me. I don't want to be alone in a corner of the vast universe for 100 years. Am I so unreliable? How dare you not believe in my attainments and formation patterns? Everyone on Earth knows that you're unreliable." Pang Bo, the former victim, stepped out at a timely moment to prove that he had been directly thrown into the middle state from the eastern wilderness, and had almost deviated to the moon. Sigh, Hua Hua is destined to disappear. Right now, he should be waving at us from billions of light years away, crying as he bids farewell, Dongfang Yi said. How pitiful. Ji Qingdao deeply felt the same way, and nodded seriously. I'm scared. Am I as unbearable as you all say? The Black Emperor was furious. Bang! He was ambushed, and a group of people joined hands to throw him up. Moreover, they directly activated the formation patterns, causing him to cry out in pain. F***CK, if I get lost, remember to find me. Everyone was petrified. As expected, he was unreliable. He had already said this about his own formation altar, and thought this way in his heart. How could others be at ease? F***CK. The group of people looked at him in disdain. As expected, this dog's unreliability had reached a whole new level. Even he was crying out in pain, so how bad could he be on the altar? Who would still dare to use it? Hua Hua is so pitiful. Ji Qingdao once again observed a moment of silence for him. Boom! The heavens caved in. A large black hand descended, covering a starry domain. It was just too large, shocking everyone. A phoenix cry sounded, rushing into the heavens. That was a blood-colored divine phoenix. It moved its wings into the sky, facing that large black hand, carrying out a world-shaking resistance. Who is fighting against Huang Shudao? A great battle of the quasi-emperor level suddenly erupted. In the battlefield formed from celestial beings' remains, clouds of war covered everything. The Emperor Path struggle began, this place erupting with commotion. The large black hand covered heaven and earth. Chilly winds roared angrily, ghostly figures appearing one after another. It was as if the 9 netherworlds had appeared in this world, about to turn this entire world into a ghost prison. It's someone from the underworld, fighting against Huang Shudao. Chang! A pitch-black great halberd tore through the sky, splitting apart the great earth, hacking towards Yi Fan above the Black Pearl. The quasi-emperor's power was astonishing. Shenming appeared again. This time, she was even more powerful, looking for Yi Fan. She had long stated that they wouldn't stop until one of them died, that only one of them could leave the battlefield alive. Slaughter this bastard. Back then, when Yi Fan got married, he already acted so arrogantly, daring to come again now. Li Tian said. Wenglong. Even more terrifying scenes appeared. Golden divine pagodas, great golden bells, resplendent divine swords, endless weapons danced about. This was a brilliant golden world. A type of unmatched secret technique, golden divine treasury, it was unfolding. The golden heavenly girl came, hatefully taking action to kill Yi Fan and the others. Walala. The 10,000 dragon bell trembled, turning into a great purple dragon as it swooped down, also rushing towards the black pearl. The situation was dire. Yi Fan held the primal chaos green lotus in hand, defying the heavens and facing the great enemy. It was originally a single person who attacked, but in the end, it startled all sides, triggering the other two to attack without any hesitation. The great battle came so suddenly. It was fine if they didn't come, but there were 3 of them, moreover with Emperor Dao weapons. It was truly shocking. Without a doubt, if this continued, this would be a bitter and bloody battle. If they are all killed here, the entire battlefield will become peaceful. No one will dare come again. Pang Bo said. Everyone felt the same way. Brilliant divine might was obtained through fighting. If 3 great ancient princes were killed in a single day, they believed that no one would dare provoke their might again. However, this battlefield was constantly changing, too many unpredictable things. Would there even be this type of battle? Chapter 1659. With a clang, Yi Fan's fist collided with the black halberd and sent it flying. The purple dragon swooped down. Without a doubt, this was the greatest threat. Who could face it head-on? If Yi Fan didn't have the primal chaos lotus, he would have to escape as well. The 3 ancient emperors' bloodlines appeared at the same time, and together with the emperor's weapon, it was a hopeless situation. No one could stop it. The lotus was green and glistening with chaotic energy. Yi Fan smashed it toward the dragon. The purple dragon was the greatest threat, so he had to stop it first. Buzz! The emperor's weapon rumbled like a boundless waterfall. With a wave of Yi Fan's hand, the primal chaos lotus emitted specks of green light and broke the emperor's laws. There wasn't any world-shaking collision. It was just that simple. This green lotus was extremely mysterious and evil. Its 3 leaves could destroy all techniques, and everything could be swept away. The boundless waves were boundless, but they couldn't get close to Yi Fan. The dragoness couldn't kill them, and she was helpless even with the emperor's weapon in hand. The dragoness felt as if she had punched into soft mud. Her anger was useless as she couldn't break the lotus. The only fortunate thing was that the lotus had no offensive power and could only defend passively. Otherwise, with its evil nature, it would be quite terrifying. The dragoness withdrew her hand and stood in the sky. Her expression was gloomy and flickering. Buzz! Like stars in the sky, there was divine splendor and blinding radiance everywhere. The golden goddess's divine technique fell like rain, but the raindrops were very special. They were all kinds of golden Dao weapons. Yi Fan brandished his celestial large fist like a blacksmith hammering on iron. Clanging sounds rang out as he collided with the weapons. The sky was filled with golden fragments formed by laws, but they were no different from the real thing. The golden goddess had suffered a great loss in the battle back then, but she had returned in a powerful manner today. With the 3 ancient emperors' bloodlines appearing at the same time, anyone would have a serious expression. The human demon also walked out of the warship and stared at the 3. He was choosing his target and preparing to start a massacre. Yi Fan had no choice but to keep an eye on Dragon Lady. She had an emperor weapon in her hands, so he had to block it with the primal chaos green lotus. Otherwise, the others would be in grave danger. The atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. Dong! Suddenly, at this crucial moment, the void split open, and the 5-colored altar on the black pearl flickered. The Black Empress and Hua Hua returned, and when they saw the purple imperial dragon in the sky, they were stupefied as if they had seen a ghost. The Black Emperor blinked his large eyes and came back to his senses. He yelled at the golden holy maiden, "Sister, did you bring enough clothes?" Everyone was petrified, a bit stupefied. In the past, Yi Fan had killed the Golden Heavenly Maiden and caused her to run around naked. This was a humiliation that was difficult to erase. Sure enough, the Golden Heavenly Maiden immediately became anxious, flustered and exasperated. She activated a sea of secret techniques, and like a meteor shower, it shattered heaven and earth as it smashed over. The dragon race is delivering meat again? However, that old dragon really isn't tasty. The Black Emperor's poisonous mouth really was incurable, making Dragon Lady flip out on the spot, activating the Emperor weapon and slaughtering over. Hey, that brat who's pretending to be all grown up, what are you acting all cocky for? Your godfather was even killed 300 years ago, what are you jumping about for? Another sentence that made everyone's expressions change was spoken by the Black Emperor's deception. Shinming's expression immediately fell, brandishing the great halberd again. Master, don't pay attention to them for now. There are people who have designs on our celestial court, so let's go back and eliminate them first. Hua Hua said. This time, the Black Emperor's five-colored altar didn't make a mistake. They returned, bringing back this type of information. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He resisted the attacks in the sky while asking if there were any casualties. No, that thunder god brat ran to our celestial court to face tribulation, wishing to wipe out everyone in celestial court's headquarters. However, he was scared off by little Nan Nan. Hua Hua revealed the truth. Yi Fan's expression immediately became ice cold. They encountered Thunder God as soon as they arrived in this battlefield, never expecting him to be this sinister, running behind them to raid their nest. This person wasn't simple at all. Being able to find the location of the Celestial Court's foundation was astonishing in itself, but if he wanted to face the Quasi-Emperor tribulation there, then that was a bit vicious. In that battle 300 years ago, the Lord of Divine Ruins fell. This bloodline's people had great enmity with Yi Fan, Ji Zi, Jiang Taishu, and the others, yet they killed them all, finding trouble with unrelated people in the Celestial Court, using unscrupulous methods to make one furious. There's no choice, we can only get rid of him first. This type of person wasn't particular, leaving behind would definitely be a great disaster. Yi Fan immediately jumped onto Quasi-Emperor's ship, wishing to hurry to Celestial Court's headquarters. Where do you think you're going? Dragoness didn't let things go, activating the Imperial magical artifact to suppress them. Yi Fan didn't pay her any attention, activating the five-colored altar with all of his strength, making it float. Then, the entire Quasi-Emperor's ship entered. He brought up the rear, the last one to enter. He actually left the battlefield. Shenming was stupefied, wishing to chase after him, but stopped herself. So what? Let's go and wipe them all out. The Golden Heavenly Girl said, her head of golden hair burning like a torch, her entire body flowing with sun-like golden essence. Right, kill them all. Dragoness shared a common enemy, the same opinion. They stared at the five-colored altar, earnestly deducing the coordinates. Then, they used the 10,000 dragon bell to blast open the void, directly passing through the void gate. Even though everyone in Celestial Court's headquarters was alarmed, no one was injured. As soon as Thunder God arrived, little Nan Nan sensed something, involuntarily flying over, making Thunder God's expression change greatly. He forcibly suppressed the Quasi-Emperor tribulation, fleeing into the distance. I hope he can suffocate to death. Li Heishui cursed. He successfully crossed the tribulation. Someone in ancient Phaeacian star system saw a sea of lightning radiance, terrifying beyond compare. A creature like the Lord of Heavenly Punishment advanced into Quasi-Emperor. Qi Luo said. I'm going to kill him. Yi Fan said. He disliked this person. It was one thing if he truly took action against him, but he actually attacked the Celestial Court's troops from the rear. Big brother, little Nan Nan will accompany you. The little girl staggered over, gasping for breath. Her large black gem-like eyes were sparkling. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't let her follow. The little fella's great deterrence was the foundation of the Celestial Court's stability. In this chaotic world, only heaven knew how many vicious individuals would appear. I'm also going. The human devil old man revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Old man, let's compete to see who can find him first and then kill him. Yi Fan laughed loudly. All right. The human devil nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, the two disappeared from where they were. They tore open the space and rushed into the depths of the star system. What a pitiful child. The Black Emperor shook his head and sighed. How could he have a good ending after being hated by these two perverts? Master is really angry this time. He will definitely start a massacre and kill that ruthless thunder god. Hua Hua put her palms together and chanted the name of Buddha with a compassionate expression on her face. The Celestial Court's troops were overwhelmed with shock. That was a prince from the life-forbidden zone. Regardless of his origin or cultivation, both were frighteningly terrifying. But these two said they were going to hunt him down so easily. The heavenly soldiers and generals were a little dumbfounded. They were actually going to hunt down the quasi-emperor. This was like a legend. With such experts of the Celestial Court protecting them, how could this branch not be powerful? They would definitely shine brightly in the future. The worries in everyone's hearts had completely disappeared. That was because these leaders were too powerful. With the passage of time, they would sooner or later aspire to be the first peak of this universe and stand at the highest point. Perhaps these heavenly soldiers and generals would leave their names in the annals of history and dazzle past and present. It wouldn't be a problem for them to establish an immortal divine dynasty. Recently, all the star fields had become unstable and all the races were restless. This was an era where experts were emerging in large numbers. It was foreseeable that the most glorious era had arrived. It wasn't strange for experts to be as numerous as trees in a forest because everyone already had a premonition. However, with the emergence of the archaic experts, an intense uneasiness surged in everyone's hearts. When the undying Heaven Empress returned, the suspicions and fear in everyone's hearts were completely ignited. The Phoenix Nest has reappeared. The undying Heaven Empress wants to seize the #1 throne under the heavens. This is a terrifying woman. The Phoenix Nest has only awakened a few years ago and she is already patrolling everywhere. She is gathering the trump cards left behind by the undying Heaven Empress in preparation to rule the world. She could even temporarily put aside her son's vengeance to gather those who were still alive among the 8 divine generals. This woman's desire for power was evident at a glance. It made many people's hair stand on end. The only thing that made people rejoice was that there seemed to be someone who could rival her. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't make such a big fuss and recruit those who had become gods in the past to fight to the death. She felt a sense of urgency. Is it the master of the divine court? He's about to achieve the Tao. Is the undying Heaven Empress worried and wants to seize the time to kill him before he achieves the Tao? This was the guess of the vast majority of people. Apart from this, who else could make the undying Heaven Empress so anxious? She put down everything else and wanted to meet a powerful enemy. The flying immortal ancient star field was a forbidden land where many tyrannical creatures lived. Yi Fan had come to search for the whereabouts of the thunder god. However, he didn't succeed here. He also didn't enter the sealed area of that brilliant great star. There were many uncertain factors here and he didn't want to complicate matters. In another region, the demonic old man was also moving in search of the quasi-emperor, the thunder god. Several days later, news came from another star field. The thunder god had destroyed a branch of the celestial court and turned a great star into Calamity Earth. He had carried out a complete annihilation without holding anything back. Even though that place was desolate and was the border ruled by the celestial court and there weren't many heavenly soldiers, it was still a tragedy that made people furious. He feels that the divine ruins are a dragon's pool and tiger's den that no one dares to charge in. That's why he dares to act so unbridled outside. He will flatten it sooner or later. The people of the celestial court were furious. Half a month later, Yi Fan and the demonic human returned. They guarded the various departments of the celestial court and carried out an inspection. Finally, the thunder god appeared again and used heavenly punishment to carry out another bloodbath. He wanted to wipe out the celestial court's strength. This time, the Black Emperor had made ample preparations. The formation patterns that he had laid down ahead of time were activated, allowing him to locate and send messages. Even though he was hundreds of light years away, the altar beneath Yi Fan lit up, pointing him in the right direction. Chi! He tore open the void and left in a flash. Hong! On this day, heaven and earth erupted and a star domain was almost sunk. A bloody battle at the level of the Quasi-Emperor took place. I wanted to give you a pleasant surprise and wipe out all of your troops. I didn't expect that you would also return from the battlefield, so let's settle things here. The Thunder God said coldly. After becoming the Quasi-Emperor, he was full of confidence. At this point, there was nothing more to say. It was a bloody battle as soon as they arrived. Yi Fan swung his leg and swept away everything. He wanted to break this person's waist. The wrath of Thunder Law carries the will of the heavens to destroy all laws and destroy all living things. Divine body, only one of us can survive today. The Thunder God roared loudly. His killing intent swept through the ages. He didn't kill the troops of the Celestial Court purely to vent his personal anger. After truly encountering Yi Fan, he also wanted to carry out a glorious battle. That was because the Emperor's path depended on true strength in the end. How could a conceited person like him shrink back at the beginning of this path when all the princes appeared? He definitely wanted to slaughter out a piece of his own heaven and earth. Hong! The reply he received was a fist that shattered the thunder and lightning in the sky. Yi Fan was bathed in lightning radiance. He didn't retreat and instead advanced, slaughtering his way forward. Divine body, it's rare to encounter so many opponents in such a golden era. This is our fortune, but also our misfortune. Let's fight. The Thunder God roared madly. Lightning radiance flourished even more brilliantly. Great Tao symbols covered the sky and erupted with the great might of the Quasi-Emperor, shocking the world of mortals. Fortune and misfortune, it's all in this world. Yi Fan didn't underestimate his opponent and fought with all of his strength. Streaks of lightning weaved about, tearing apart the cosmos. Starlight blossomed and then extinguished, as if immortal flowers were blooming and withering. This was the funeral song of life and death, condensing a lonely path of blood and flames. The Thunder God displayed his might, using his true strength to suppress Yi Fan. He wanted to slaughter out a resplendent starry sky to prove his own undying path. This was a contest of strength, a life and death struggle between two emperor-level figures. There were no schemes, no tricks, only an interpretation of the Emperor Path's cruelty. After a bitter great battle, blood splashed outwards. Heavenly tribulation's radiance grew dim. The lightning radiance that represented the heavens' divine punishment, even though it was powerful beyond compare, engraved with endless symbols, in the end, it was still blasted apart by Yi Fan. The Thunder God flew outwards, his entire body cracking apart. Blood erupted in that instant, and then his entire body exploded with a pu sound. Blood and sparkling white bone fragments flew outwards. He died under Yi Fan's heavenly emperor fist. The prince's sons all appeared. The Emperor Path's true decisive battle had just begun, yet it was already this cruel. The human demon stamped his feet. He came a step too late, unable to stop it. He watched as the Thunder God exploded and released a sigh. I won't let you take action next time. The old patriarch said angrily. Hong Long Long. Between the 9 imperial passes, a giant monument slowly appeared from the primal chaos. Yi Fan's name immediately became much brighter, while the Thunder God's name forever dimmed. Many names appeared densely on it. Golden Heavenly Girl, Human Demon, Sacred Prince, Dao Yi, Fire Unicorn, Old Lunatic, Huang Shudao, and several dozen others' names were also extremely bright. They were all individuals with great potential on the Emperor's path. When Yi Fan and Thunder God's battle had just ended, this type of great monument appeared between the 9 imperial passes, leaving everyone shocked. Many people were confused, not knowing who it was that set it up. Almost at the same time, an even more widespread great battle erupted. Undying Heaven Empress and someone fought a bloody battle behind the 9 imperial passes, shaking up the cosmos. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure, as if they returned to the darkness chaos. That type of fluctuation was too great, engulfing the entire world. There was actually a great battle of this level. Everyone was shocked. Was Undying Heaven Empress fighting a decisive battle against Divine Court Lord? This was the suspicion everyone had in their hearts. Yi Fan sensed it, but he didn't feel any fear. Even if he wasn't a match, now that he reached the quasi-emperor realm, if he wanted to escape and hide, it was still something he could do. Dragon Girl and Golden Heavenly Girl slaughtered their way over. Apart from this, Shenming also appeared, killing intent heaven overflowing. She appeared in this cosmos, hurrying over from that battlefield. Yi Fan sensed them, but he didn't say too much. He knew that from this day forth, he couldn't be lenient even if he wanted to. A blood-soaked emperor path extended beneath his feet. He had no choice, he had to walk on the corpses of great enemies one after another. Chapter 1660. A great golden age descended, experts as common as clouds. A boundless age full of great battles arrived, making everyone in the cultivation world feel this type of atmosphere. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators on the stars or the sages roaming the cosmos, every single one of them were nervous, not knowing if they would be caught up in the chaos of war. Undying Heaven Empress shook past and present, the natural laws she released engulfed the world, making many people feel her power. Even Quasi-Emperor was horrified. Yi Fan gazed into the starry sky, remaining silent. The expressions of the celestial court's people weren't all that great. She was too powerful, as if they returned to the dark age of chaos. That type of fluctuation left one in despair, incomparable. This battle affected the minds of every single expert. Everyone was paying close attention, not a single one of them wishing to know the result. After fighting for a day and night, those supreme natural laws all weakened, one could see just how intense the great battle was. Everything was used, fighting to the point where Tao methods and bodies were on the verge of destruction. Everyone trembled inwardly. This was an intense battle that took place behind the 9 imperial passes, heaven and earth resonating, divine chains of order spreading so far, how could one not be alarmed? That was an emperor path originally prepared for countless heroes, a place where hundreds of barges struggled against each other, the final victor standing at the very peak, ascending to the highest peak behind the 9 imperial passes. However, now, that place became a battlefield for only 2 people, making the younger generation in the 9 imperial passes silent, not saying a single word. This was a flourishing age, making one feel joy, but also despair, full of contradictions. Hong. The heavens collapsed and earth split, ghosts wept and deities howled. In that instant, the fluctuations made everyone in the cosmos tremble, affecting the endless regions of the heavens. In the end, this battle came to an end, no true result transmitted out. A giant phoenix nest covered in blood slowly flew out from behind the 9 imperial passes, scattering blood along the way, heading to an unknown place. No one dared follow it, because it was Undying Heaven Empress' divine nest, her dwelling. No one knew if she won or lost, so no one dared disturb her. This world-shocking great battle came to an end. Many people were horrified. There is a great sun and a great moon moving above the phoenix nest, releasing the aura of an exceptional expert. There is a legendary divine general protecting it. Not long after, well-informed people received such news, claiming to have seen it with their own eyes. Everyone's hearts sunk. Of the 8 divine generals that followed the Undying Heavenly Emperor, there were still people alive after all. They were existences that had previously become deities, protecting that place. Who in this world dared to barge in? A haze appeared in everyone's hearts. Had the powerhouse that blocked the Undying Heaven Empress died? If that was the case, who would be able to stop her footsteps? Even though she was heavily injured today, she would still return in the future. At that time, she would truly rule over the world. Many people were uneasy, especially the celestial court. It was impossible for both sides to be friendly. If the Undying Empress hadn't encountered a great enemy, then she would have definitely come to wipe out Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. Just who was the person that could compete with the Undying Heaven Empress? At the end of the battle, many speculated, but it also eased the atmosphere a lot. Many people said that the undying Heaven Empress and that person were on the verge of death and that it would be difficult for them to recover in this lifetime. They were destined to walk down the road of doom, so the world didn't need to worry about them. Later on, someone compared the fluctuations of the battle at the beginning with the Law Dao fragments at the end, and found that the information might be reliable. Both of them had definitely suffered unimaginable damage. When this result appeared, quite a few people released a breath of relief. Was it the Divine Court Emperor Lord who stopped the undying Heaven Empress' footsteps? Many people wanted to verify this, but the Divine Court didn't reply. Only after a long time had passed did someone make it out of the 9 imperial passes with great difficulty. Even though he couldn't enter the center of that mysterious region, he still brought back world-shocking news. There were 2 types of blood scattered across the battlefield. The 2 individuals who had previously fought a great battle might not be able to live much longer after this battle. We have obtained accurate information that the Emperor Lord is still alive. Is it really him? He faced the undying Heaven Empress. This type of skill is truly rarely seen since ancient times. Worthy of being someone who will achieve the Tao. Even though we can't be sure that it was him, the Divine Court didn't deny it. Perhaps it really was the Divine Court Lord who faced the female Empress. This is a great merit after all. News flew everywhere. The people of the world praised the Divine Court Emperor Lord for being formidable after all, letting everyone see the style and divine might of an exceptional expert. This was matchless skill. Was it really the Emperor Lord who took action? The Celestial Court's people were also discussing this, all of them frowning. If he had this type of boldness, he wouldn't have holed up like a turtle during the darkness chaos back then. I don't think this was done by him. But the Divine Court didn't deny it. They didn't admit it either, waiting for the best opportunity. If the 2 who fought both died, wouldn't it be better if they silently acknowledged it? The Celestial Court's people believed that it wasn't the Divine Court Emperor Lord who took action. Even if he was someone who would achieve the Tao, that person's domineering display didn't seem like his style. The outside world was abuzz with noise, many people discussing this passionately. Imperceptibly, the Emperor Lord's reputation rose considerably. Even though many people didn't believe it was him, there were many small cultivators who didn't understand the inside story who believed that right now, only he had this type of ability. The effects of this battle were tremendous, ringing alarm bells for all Imperial Prince-level figures, making them all feel a sense of urgency. If they encountered this type of person, they might only be able to run for their lives, they definitely wouldn't be able to win. Dragon Girl and Golden Heavenly Girl both came, Shenming also appeared. They just happened to encounter this battle, their minds greatly shaken as a result. They didn't immediately take action, all of them becoming more cautious. In this golden age, experts were as common as clouds, powerful individuals appearing in large numbers, everyone becoming vigilant. No one dared to claim to be number 1 under the sky, all of them becoming careful. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also began to cultivate bitterly. Where there was pressure, there would be motivation. He hoped to break through again. In this great world, strength was the most fundamental guarantee, everything else was empty. Half a year later, the Sacred Prince came out of seclusion, shaking up that ancient battlefield, triggering an intense great battle. Without a doubt, he already became quasi-emperor, his strength even greater. 2 years later, Yin Tianda stepped into the emperor-child battlefield, sharpening himself, fighting a great battle against the ancient prince, his aura devouring mountains and rivers, vying for supremacy under the heavens. During these 2 years, the Fire Qilin and Dao Yi's great battle was the most eye-catching, the entire world shocked. They fought from the ancient battlefield to the outside world, fighting in countless star domains, leaving behind many traces and legends. The most miserable battle took place. The Fire Qilin was killed until only a head remained, blood scattering across the cosmos. However, he survived with difficulty, using the primordial spirit sword to hack Dao Yi in half. Both of them were seriously injured, almost dying. This type of bitter battle made their names on the monument between the 9 imperial passes become more and more resplendent, becoming brighter with each passing day. There were some who suspected that their strength was soaring. Soon after, in a mysterious star domain, Central Emperor roared towards the heavens, his head of thick hair fluttering about. Someone heard the 3 words Gai Jiuyo in his voice. The two of them from the same era walked 2 different paths. One of them had shaken the world for 9,000 years, his name spreading throughout the world, the entire world respecting him. He was destined to be recorded in the history of cultivation. The other was still young, blood energy exuberant. He had just stepped onto the path of the Emperor path, just starting out. That day, Quasi-Emperor's tribulation descended. Central Emperor powerfully broke through, the stars in the sky trembling, all types of irregular scenes erupting. These were all auspicious scenes that only ancient great emperors faced tribulation at this cultivation realm when they were young. It was extremely shocking. What 9 phoenixes came to pay their respects, what true dragons pulled a carriage to welcome them, what chaotic natural laws bathed in the war body, what great Tao flowers blossoming under the starlight. All of this shook the world. Half a month later, Central Emperor swept through the crowd, his name shaking the starry skies. He stepped onto the Emperor-Child battlefield formed from celestial beings' body, sweeping through everything before him, killing a quasi-emperor. The starry skies were shaken, the world horrified. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Battles continued unendingly, experts confronting each other. Quasi-emperor's blood splashed everywhere, news spreading through the world from time to time. The hot-blooded great battles encouraged many later generation experts, wishing to join in. The struggle for supremacy on the emperor's path, this was the most eye-catching place. The entire world was paying attention to it. This might foretell who would become the universe's #1 in the future. During these 20 years, Yi Fan rarely took action. He had always been in seclusion or walking through the mountains and rivers to comprehend his own Tao. The great Tao fragments within his body were active, revealing a portion of their power, but he still couldn't break through the shackles. This was a terrifying factor that restricted him from going all out and bringing out his peak potential. This shortcoming had always troubled Yi Fan, and he couldn't find an effective solution to it. It even became a problem for him to break through. During these 20 years, there were ancient princes who made breakthroughs and took great strides in cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had always been in deep thought, perfecting his own Tao and methods, evolving them in his heart. Sometimes, those secret techniques and Tao fruits were clearly within his heart, yet he couldn't display them, couldn't verify them, and this created great trouble for him. Comprehending the Tao, not being able to verify it. Was this path right or wrong? It was the easiest for problems to arise. I have to deal with it. If there is no way, I will fall behind in the end, even wither away on the emperor's path. A great silver waterfall poured down. Yi Fan sat on a mountain peak on the other side, starting a difficult battle to break through and comprehend the Tao. During these 20 years, many things happened in the outside world. The human devil attacked, intimidating a group of people. The most important thing was that he had previously made a trip to the 10,000 Dragon Nest's ancestral star. From then on, Dragon Girl didn't dare bring Emperor Tao magical artifacts to suppress him again. Meanwhile, during these years, Yi Fan's name became a bit dimmer in the 9 imperial past giant monuments. Now, it was already certain that the number of battles he fought, as well as the important battle results, greatly affected this monument. During these 20 years, Yi Fan didn't resist much, always trying to break through his own situation. He urgently needed to open up a path. It wasn't only the outside world that was suspicious, dark clouds even appeared over the minds of the celestial court's people, producing a bad premonition. Could it be that Yi Fan really could only become a quasi-emperor with his flesh, his Tao skills forever dried up, the negative influence of an ancient supreme being forever unable to be eliminated? This was especially the case in recent years. The celestial court gave up on many territories, quickly shrinking their camps. Many of their troops gathered together, going into hiding. This was a signal that made the outside world even more certain that Yi Fan's quasi-emperor path wasn't peaceful, full of difficulties and frustrations. Many people sympathized with him. Back then, for the sake of fighting a bloody battle against a supreme being, he really paid too great of a price. The celestial court might not be able to make it. Another 5 years passed. This was what many people suspected. They hurriedly pulled back, retreating again and again. Headquarters and other important places were nowhere to be seen. Everyone believed that the celestial court themselves also sensed something, making preparations for the worst. When all the princes were out and the struggle for supremacy on the emperor's path was in full swing, one of the leaders of the celestial court, Yi Fan, met with a problem. This was absolutely fatal. Today wasn't like the past. Now, they had to have the quasi-emperor overseeing things, otherwise they could only endure in a region, unable to become an influential transcendent power in the universe. Now, the celestial court's performance indicated that they might fall out of this sequence. The silver waterfall was like a dragon. Yi Fan had already sat on the opposite peak for many years. The first few small mountain beasts he saw were already strong, but he still didn't move. Break through the obstruction and step on my own path. A light shout reverberated in the 9 heavens like a dragon's roar, causing the universe to rumble. His body began to shine, the yin and yang energies of the sea of reincarnation intertwining, forming a Taiji diagram. His 4 limbs reached the sky like the 4 extremities of the universe, world-shaking and bursting forth with an aura that could destroy the world. The essence energy of the 5 elements in the Tao Palace boiled, giving birth to 5 deities. In the end, they fused back into one and broke down, turning into the most fundamental energy to replenish his body. Finally, his spine lit up. This corresponded to the secret realm of the quasi-emperor realm. That was a great dragon, raising its head and roaring, shaking the 9 heavens. Chapter 1661. Another 5 years passed. The Clear Green Pass used to be an important city in the universe under the control of the Celestial Court. But now, it had become an ownerless land, causing panic among the people. Some said that the Celestial Court was about to attack. Others said that the dragon race's goddess was coming with imperial weapons. The Celestial Court couldn't face them head-on and could only retreat in advance. There was only one city in the entire ancient planet. The main reason was that there was a 5-colored treasure tree here that could produce crystals. It was a divine item used to build the 5-colored altar. Thus, this place became an important place. The Celestial Court really can't hold on any longer. One of their leaders failed to comprehend the Tao and most likely died. That demon has also disappeared. The Celestial Court will definitely suffer a disastrous decline. We should hurry and leave. The world was in a state of panic. Many people lost their confidence and left through the realm gates, fleeing far away. This place is adjacent to the light race. Although their lapis spirit smelting pot was broken, their god survived. Moreover, it is said that there are peerless experts overseeing this place. They are currently expanding. Don't tell me they want to annex this place? People's hearts were wavering. The cultivators were all very uneasy. Moreover, on this day, the experts of the light race really did come and announced that they would take over this place. From now on, the Clear Green Pass would be under their control. Now, all kinds of great powers in the universe were using this opportunity to annex and occupy planets with abundant resources. They were plundering them because everyone had a premonition that chaotic times were coming. They were rapidly accumulating resources. This is the territory of the Celestial Court. Although the troops have temporarily retreated, you can't just annex it like this. Someone was unconvinced. The Celestial Court? No, it's about to collapse. From now on, this place belongs to the light race. Those who don't obey and provoke us will be killed without mercy. The commander who had descended said coldly. His words were merciless. This was only a microcosm. The former territory of the Celestial Court was rapidly being lost in various parts of the universe. Large areas were being invaded and nibbled away. In the past 300 years, the Celestial Court had developed smoothly. The great sage had produced many venerables and more than 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Their might shook the 8 desolates and dominated the major star systems. But now, everything had changed. With the appearance of the ancient prince and the rise of quasi-emperor level figures, if they didn't have this kind of leader to hold down the fort, they wouldn't be able to dominate the world at all. We've lost another important city. These people are getting more and more greedy. Li Tian sneered in the headquarters of the Celestial Court. What else can we do? If we gather our troops now and don't attack, these people will get even more insatiable. Inside the Celestial Court, the people were not calm, but they did not attack. Over the years, the Celestial Court could be considered a colossus, ruling over many stars. But now that the quasi-emperor was in the sky, their former glory seemed to have dimmed. Something had happened to Yi Fan, and the old human demon had gone hunting. There had been no trace of him for several years, and there were even rumors that he had died. Staying dormant for now was probably the best choice. In the past, some of the major powers that had been peaceful and had good relations with them were now ready to make trouble. Some of them had even begun to nibble away at their important cities, which made everyone's expression turn ugly. The situation was stronger than the people. In the current situation, the Celestial Court had not yet launched a large-scale attack, but the other powers were already restless. The Dragoness is here again. She has appeared with an imperial artifact and is looking for the headquarters of the Celestial Court. It is said that she has made a new breakthrough. It seems that she wants to kill us all this time. Inside the Celestial Court, many people frowned. The fairy of the nest of 10,000 dragons had a cold expression. There was a huge purple dragon hovering above her head, flying through the starry sky one after another. Countless stars receded behind her. She had already made arrangements for her clansmen and was on her way with peace of mind. She was not afraid that the human demon would appear again and threaten the safety of her clansmen. This time, she had come to turn the world upside down and wipe out all her enemies. This star used to be one of the important stars of the Celestial Court. It is said that it is rich in copper essence. Most of their heavenly armors are refined from the metal gathered here, a follower explained. The Dragoness did not say anything. She stretched out a finger and pointed. Her imperial blood boiled, and the finger quickly enlarged. It directly struck down and pressed down on this star. Crack! The blue star instantly exploded. Under the powerful attack of the Quasi-Emperor, it was completely destroyed. Although most of the troops of the Celestial Court had retreated, there were still a few who were mining copper essence. The result was very tragic, they all died. As soon as the news spread, the entire region was immediately thrown into chaos. The Dragoness had come again, and she was so powerful. It made people feel as if a storm was coming, and the final battle was about to begin. Whether the human demon had really died in battle or not, he had not appeared for such a long time. This caused many people to have suspicions. Now, there were even more such rumors. Almost on the same day, the other important towns in this region were quickly divided up by the various races. They plundered and mined, seizing godly metal, source ores, and so on. I didn't expect the Celestial Court to decline so quickly. It seems like everything in this world is empty except for the Quasi-Emperor. It won't do without someone of this level overseeing things. Right now, there were several large organizations like the Celestial Court, the Underworld, and the Celestial Court. In order to rank first, they needed the Quasi-Emperor. Otherwise, they would not be able to defend against the enemy's attacks. The other region was also very bad. The Golden Heavenly Maiden had come. She had no interest in destroying the stars, but she threatened to eliminate all the troops of the Celestial Court. She carried out a threat and told the heavenly generals to leave the Celestial Court as soon as possible. Otherwise, once she attacked, she would definitely sweep through them and exterminate all of their tribes. There were some clans that were originally on good terms with the Celestial Court, previously using the name of the Celestial Court, but now, they all kept quiet out of fear, withdrawing one after another. There were even some who turned against them, going to kill the other members of the Celestial Court. Of course, these were just the outer members. The true members of the Celestial Court had long withdrawn. Despite this, it still gave one a type of feeling that the Celestial Court was going to collapse. This type of disintegration was becoming faster and faster, as if it already couldn't be stopped. In the outside world, there was chaos everywhere, everyone panicking. Shunming also came. He was like a specter, his methods domineering, destroying an ancient path the Celestial Court established, blood purging this place, making everyone shiver inwardly. While there were internal and external troubles, the celestial court also sent back news. The Emperor Lord's second son appeared, saying that they were going to take action soon, start a war against the celestial court, seize back the territory that originally belonged to them. In reality, this was naturally an excuse. The celestial court still hadn't attacked them, always in a passive position. They just wanted to find an excuse to wipe out the celestial court. This was naturally a major event. Many people were guessing whether or not the undying Heaven Empress had been stopped for the Divine Court Emperor. Now that his second son appeared, a great battle would be stirred up, another great storm stirring up. The Divine Court Emperor had a total of 9 sons, all of them extremely powerful. Now that his second son appeared, if he didn't have his approval, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. The situation was collapsing. The human demon Dongfang Tai had mistakenly slaughtered his way to the desolate edge of the cosmos and was trapped in a vast array formation. He encountered a dangerous race that had been exiled, and a long and intense battle to break through the array began. Qi Luo tossed the Divine Court's declaration of war onto the table, his complexion gloomy. The situation was worsening, developing in an increasingly bad direction. The great enemy was right before them, and the quasi-emperor was attacking. If headquarters were exposed, everyone would inevitably be in danger. There's no need to be afraid. With my darling here, even if they can find this place, they'll still be scared back. Flower said. With a slap, the Black Emperor slapped his bald head, and said, "When have we ever been so aggrieved? Being protected by a little girl, don't you think it's embarrassing? Aren't I preparing for the worst?" Hua Hua complained. Everyone's expressions were very unsightly. Several powerful enemies were attacking aggressively, and the Divine Court was making things difficult for them. This was an unprecedented crisis. "You're forcing me to go crazy," the large black dog said with an unfriendly expression. "Prepare all the materials. I'll carve them all into great emperor killing formations. 1 or 2 broken corners of the formation won't be able to harm the quasi-emperor, so let's use thousands or tens of thousands of them. Isn't it just burning godly materials? At worst, we'll just be penniless, and we'll go back to how we were before." The Black Emperor was determined, and prepared to squander all the resources he had accumulated over many years, carving them all into a broken great emperor killing formation platform. At that time, every celestial soldier and celestial general would have a portion, and they would be able to crush their great enemy alive. That's more than 300 years of accumulation. Many resource stars have been mined, and it'll all be destroyed in a single battle? Someone felt their heart ache. Let's do that. Aren't they arrogant? Let's show them what it means to be a nouveau riche. Burn godly materials, and crush them alive. The Black Emperor said viciously. "I've already sent people to the Thousand Screen Island, the Tomb of Ancient Times, the Myth Mound, and other galaxies that are said to have ancient tombs. I believe we'll be able to find Duanda soon and borrow the heaven-devouring lid," Li Heishui said. In the battle in the past, almost all of the Emperor tools had been destroyed. However, the heaven-devouring devil jar was special, and it was extremely sturdy and strong. It was not damaged, and it had survived. The jar was in the hands of 2 Tian. As a small bandit, Li Heishui could naturally borrow it from the hands of a big bandit. He only lacked Duanda's half. Uncle Saint Prince should be back soon. At that time, we'll teach them a lesson, Ji Qingdao said. While the troops of the Celestial Court were preparing for war, on a distant star, Yi Fan was still sitting cross-legged in front of the silver waterfall. Ji Ziyue was quietly guarding him not far away, building a hut and living there. Yi Fan was transforming. It had been 5 whole years. The scriptures in his body rang non-stop, and every inch of his skin was imprinted with runes. There were traces of ancient supreme beings, and also his own laws. They entangled together, and then turned into divine chains of order. These were corporeal curses that were like iron chains, binding him in a cage. During these 5 years of transformation, he constantly resisted, wanting to break free. "Ziyue, you should go back. I feel that it's time." On this day, Yi Fan transmitted his voice. "All right. Ziyue nodded. She didn't say anything else. Without wasting any time, she walked into the realm gate and disappeared from this place. What? Master is going to break through? When the people of the Celestial Court received this news, Hua was shocked. Then, the troops of the Celestial Court immediately became excited. I didn't come too late, did I? I'll beat them until their faces blossomed. Longma, the golden-winged Great Peng and the others returned. These years, they had gone to explore an ancient region from the legendary era, and now, they had finally returned. It's not too late. We have to prepare some backup plans. When Yifan is breaking through, don't let anyone disturb him. The Black Emperor said. In reality, there was already no time to make any preparations. On this day, a muffled sound exploded in the depths of the distant star region. At first, the people in the outside world didn't know, but this heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It actually lasted for several days, the time was terrifyingly long. Moreover, the violent fluctuations spread outwards, shocking the ancient sages who passed by. Although the Black Emperor and the others came, they didn't have time to prepare backup plans. They couldn't stop the fluctuations from spreading here at all. All of you, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Yifan, whose entire body was bound by the divine chains of order, roared loudly. He gave a death order not to let them approach, and then immediately disappear. The troops of the Celestial Court hesitated slightly. Then, the army entered the Star Gate like a tide, and retreated just like that. It's him. He actually crossed the tribulation again. Could it be that he has escaped from his predicament? Unfortunately, there's no more chance. Someone rushed over quickly, preparing to ruin Yifan's great tribulation. It's not that easy. Does he want to break free from the shadow of the past and step on his own path? No, it's time to end it. Chapter 1662. These were quasi-emperor level fluctuations, startling all directions. All experts were trembling. There were people who quickly closed in, not wishing to give Yifan the chance to truly become powerful and rise up. Hong. Divine lightning destroyed the world. The boundless star domain was submerged in lightning radiance. Stars could no longer be seen here, all of them blasted apart by lightning. It was difficult to imagine just how great this lightning tribulation was. Yifan left this place of life, entering the desolate and still star system. Otherwise, not a single creature would be left alive, all of them turning into ashes. Lightning interweaved, every single streak like a stellar stream. The silver radiance was extremely long, streaking across the dark cosmos, brilliant to a shocking degree. This was rarely seen in this world. In the past, no one had ever seen such an enormous, vast sea of lightning. This was simply crossing star domains, inconceivable. It could be said to have exceeded normal reasoning. A streak of lightning radiance tore through the sky. After leaving this region, it still destroyed great stars one after another, as if flowers were blooming one after another, dazzling and beautiful. This type of scene left everyone speechless. It was too intense, too terrifying, too powerful. Was this still the quasi-emperor tribulation? Everyone almost suspected that this was a great emperor crossing tribulation. Of course, no one had seen an emperor tribulation before. This was just everyone's speculation, because the current quasi-emperor didn't seem to have produced such a great disturbance. Yifan roared angrily, rising and falling in the sea of lightning. He encountered great trouble, fighting for life and death, fighting for survival. This is the complete quasi-emperor tribulation. Compared to last time, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth, terrifying to the point where even Yifan himself was alarmed. The danger he faced exceeded his expectations. 9 deaths and 1 life was already an understatement, simply facing a hopeless situation. Several days passed. He hid in the desolate and silent star system. Originally, it should have ended a long time ago, but because of the many tribulations, his heavenly punishment was different. Even now, lightning radiance was still erupting, exposed to the outside world. The thunderstorm was like a sea. Yifan was like a small boat, tossing and turning there, about to be overturned at any time, buried within this vast sea of lightning. Right now, his entire body was dripping with blood. He was fighting against great emperors, fighting against ancient emperors. Those were supreme beings one after another, exceptional magnificence, matchless and unmatched. Last time, these people didn't appear, because the quasi-emperor tribulation wasn't complete, lacking. Today, they all erupted, the sea striking the heavens, shattering the starry sky. The destruction of the world was nothing more than this. Yi Fan slaughtered. He didn't know how many people he had fought against, but his body had been crippled. White bones flew everywhere, and golden blood ignited the sea of lightning. Great Tao symbols flickered within the red blood, covering the sky. The little golden figure between his brows also rushed out. It was unknown just how many times it was hacked apart, but it all reassembled, fighting against the streaks of Emperor shadows. Kill. Yi Fan had fought for several days and nights. He was exhausted, but he was still roaring, tenacious and unyielding, unwilling to give up. Because he knew that once he retreated, once he closed his eyes, then he would fall into an eternal slumber, never to wake up again. Buzz. On the other side, a battle-axe-wielding individual slaughtered over like a great demon king. His eyes were golden, blazing with incomparable brilliance, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Ancient chaos. Yi Fan was extremely tired, but he had no choice but to raise his spirits. Another young great emperor slaughtered over, an axe hacking over, heaven and earth shattering, axe radiance like a sea. When faced with the first strike, he didn't evade, instead taking it head-on, using the young great emperor's natural laws to blast at his own shackles, using this to break through his shackles, free himself from this prison. Pooh! Yi Fan's hands clamped down on that battle axe. The cold radiance flickered with, directly extending into his body, making all of his bones break, his flesh tremble, body almost explode to pieces. This was almost self-harming, but it was necessary. It was because during these 300 years, the remnant Tao laws of the Stone Emperor, Lord of the Divine Ruins, Lord of Light and Darkness, Lord of Samsara and others interweaved within his body, forming a cocoon, more like a cage, burying his laws in Tao. Now, Yi Fan bathed in the tribulation of Quasi-Emperor, borrowing the ancient Great Emperor's Tao laws to temper his body, allowing him to break free. This was like sharp battle swords stabbing into the cage, helping him break free. Of course, doing this was also harming his own body. This was the price he had to pay. During these past few days, he had always been enduring this kind of pain. This was the reason why the lightning punishment didn't end. He struggled in the sea of lightning, and every time he was about to sink into oblivion, he would roar in anger, thinking of the past, present, and future, turning the stubbornness in his heart into a ball of flame, burning his soul, allowing him to maintain clarity. The painful struggle, the continuation of the tribulation, for Yi Fan, this was a type of unimaginable suffering, but it was also an opportunity. If he charged through, the sea and sky would be boundless, but if he failed, he would forever fall into hell. Great emperors appeared one after another, ancient emperors stood tall one after another, waiting to fight, to fight. Yi Fan shed too much blood, and even his bones were shattered. Fortunately, his recovery ability was astonishing, and the lightning tribulation split apart his body, temporarily breaking the cage of laws, allowing his laws and Tao to become active, allowing him to use the secret character to heal himself. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died. What a terrifying heavenly punishment. I've never seen it before. This exceeds the limit, we can't give him this chance. A cold and trembling voice rang out. A giant bronze coffin floated in the air, on top of it carved an underworld diagram. Malicious spirits howled, ghost energy drowning out heaven and earth. A person sat up inside. Even though it wasn't Quasi-Emperor, he was extremely dangerous. A gloomy and cold aura covered heaven and earth, originating from a painting scroll in his hands. The underworld diagram has been passed down from generation to generation, and today, it has finally been used up. However, using it on the divine body is worth it. This was a Quasi-Emperor forbidden artifact. From a certain perspective, it was even more terrifying than a Quasi-Emperor artifact. It was because this was a one-time eruption, and after using it, this artifact would become useless. The divine might was astonishing. Wang. The ancient diagram stretched across the sky, flickering like a sea of stars. Inside, stellar streams curled up one after another, surrounding a lifeless underworld world. At this moment, it erupted. It was clear that the person who came was well prepared. The forbidden artifact broke through the lightning radiance and directly entered, not being destroyed in advance. In addition, underworld energy overflowed into the heavens, shaking this starry sky. Woo, this is tribulation crossing pattern, temporarily avoiding the heavens' punishment, melting apart the lightning tribulation to forge a path. Wasn't this type of supreme formation pattern long lost? It actually appeared again. This is the formation pattern created by the tribulation celestial being back then. I never expected it to fall into the underworld. It was clear that there was more than one person who came. They were all paying close attention, all of their eyes flickering with ruthless and cold radiance. Yi Fan was extremely weak, his body about to run out of strength. After facing ancient chaos, he faced the divine Silkworm Emperor. At this time, an ancient diagram tore through the heavens, entering the lightning tribulation to crush him. Underworld. Yi Fan saw the stellar streams in the diagram, as well as the ghostly energy and Azura Hall at the center. His eyebrows stood vertically. He bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood to forcefully raise his spirit. Hong. The army symbol art was effective. He wanted to seize control of the forbidden artifact and use it to attack the divine emperor, wishing for the two to collide. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do as he wished. The forbidden artifact connected heaven and earth. With his current weak state, he couldn't seize it. The underworld diagram was as steady as a boulder, suppressing towards him without changing direction. Then come. I already have enough supreme being traces on my body, so what if I add you? Yi Fan's body released Keng Chang sounds. Thick divine chains of order flew out streak after streak. He was like a 10,000 hands demonic god. The magical chains turned into enormous hands, grabbing towards that diagram. Hong. The underworld diagram collapsed, turning into a vast sea that swept towards Yi Fan. This was a precious diagram that could kill the quasi-emperor, eradicating experts of this generation. At this time, its power was finally displayed. Brilliant light flickered. Yi Fan broke apart on his own. The supreme being Tao patterns and other things in his blood all rushed forward, colliding with the boundless sea of forbidden artifact laws and order. His flesh and Tao bones were all burning. This was a great battle where both sides would suffer. He had to endure it with his own body. However, during this period of time, his primordial spirit didn't come into contact with underworld energy. It was collected by the all-life energy cauldron, tightly protected. A heaven-shocking great collision. Resplendent light flickered, even making the light of the heavenly tribulation grow a bit dimmer. The divine emperor stood to the side, not taking action and watching coldly. It was as if his divine senses truly entered the main body. Yi Fan's body was blasted to pieces. His blood was burning, his bones were cracking, almost turning into a wave of light. The remnant divine chains left in his body by the ancient supreme being exploded at the same time as that diagram. This almost made him walk towards self-destruction. Is it over? A cold snort was heard. The person in the bronze coffin laughed, as if he was admiring the blossoming and scattering of a rain of flowers. I am immortal. In the boundless sea of lightning, Yi Fan's cold and frightening voice came out. The burning flesh and blood were extinguished, the shattered bones reassembled, and the body reappeared with difficulty. This time, the suppression broke through the seal of the Supreme Being's remnant, allowing him to use more laws and Tao. He could use them with ease. Yi Fan's primordial spirit didn't immediately return to his body. After rushing out from the cauldron, his hands moved, summoning the ghost energy and the underworld's Een flames to temper his primordial spirit. His physical body had already experienced it, so he wanted his primordial spirit to experience it as well. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was simply heaven-defying. They would never have thought that the remnant of the ancient supreme being would be so terrifying. It was sealed in Yifan's body for more than 300 years. The two coexisted, and their attacks were equivalent to helping Yifan break out of the cage. What other methods do you have? Yifan released a roar. He took a step out, the rose symbol art reaching great heights. Time stopped, and then it was as if it flowed in reverse. He immediately arrived in front of the bronze coffin, stopping the heavenly tribulation, not letting it descend. The expression of the one in the coffin froze, inwardly trembling. Yifan's speed was too fast, to the point where he couldn't react in time. When he saw the lightning radiance erupt above his head, Quasi-Emperor's tribulation royal, his face became deathly white. Even if Yifan didn't take action, he would still undoubtedly die. The lightning would definitely turn him into scattered ashes. Why? He trembled inwardly, full of confusion. That forbidden artifact could definitely kill the Quasi-Emperor, one of the underworld's most precious immortal treasures. It had been stored for endless years, only brought out today, never expecting that it would be ineffective. The result exceeded normal reasoning. Yifan picked him up, coldly looking at him. Then, with a pu sound, he directly tore him apart. Blood splashed out, and then with a shake of his hand, he tossed him into the sea of lightning. Pooh! Only a wisp of green smoke rose. Even the bronze coffin turned into ashes. Yifan released a long roar. Lightning erupted, and the entire starry domain rumbled and trembled. The stars had long disappeared, and only the void and chaotic lightning remained. He's about to succeed. He's at the final juncture of the tribulation. One could see that the figures of the great emperors standing in the void were all fading away. The lightning tribulation that had lasted for several days was about to end. This indicated that Yifan was about to break through the shackles of the magical Tao and truly rise up. This kind of scene, this kind of lightning punishment, how many people under the heavens could block it? Chapter 1663. The ferocious tiger roared, shattering the sea of lightning and sky. A huge divine tiger appeared, its body covered in stripes, stone scales, flesh, and blood. Its appearance was quite ferocious. The Quasi-Emperor had arrived. This was a powerful Quasi-Emperor from an unknown place. Its eyes were like red lanterns, blood red and frightening. It stared at Yifan, its entire body emitting Tao laws. Waves of black mist pervaded the air, ready to pounce at any time. This was a rock spirit, its cultivation level powerful to this level. It was shocking. Its arrival was not surprising. Yifan and the Holy Spirit lineage were mortal enemies. He had killed too many, and it just happened to be passing through this area. Naturally, it would cause trouble. A familiar aura. Yifan's heart shook. He suddenly recalled that back then, a Holy Spirit had placed a curse on him, causing him to be shrouded in the dark blood divine ring for a very long time. In the end, it was destroyed with great difficulty. At that time, he did not see this stone tiger. It was cursed because it was isolated from the stars. Today was the first time he had seen it. It was obvious that although the stone tiger was extremely powerful at that time, it was not a true Quasi-Emperor. It was only a step short and had only broken through in the last 300 years. Although Yifan was in the sea of lightning, he was also greatly shaken. This stone tiger was extraordinary. Holy spirits, due to all kinds of uncontrollable reasons, would come into being in advance. It was very difficult to reach perfection. Unless there was an extraordinary opportunity, it would be difficult to break through. This was a Hotian cultivator who had broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. It was absolutely shocking. I understand now. The stone order from back then has fallen into your hands. Although he was in the sea of lightning, Yifan felt a wave of danger. This tiger was very terrifying, especially the ocean-like fluctuations in its body. In the past, the seal of the Great Moon Slope's demonic well had been broken, and the entire ancient road had collapsed. That place was a divine cellar left behind by the Tao's sovereign. The body of a supreme Holy Spirit from the legendary era was sealed there. In addition, there was also a stone order inside, which recorded the supreme technique of the stone spirit lineage. It could allow them to continue breaking through with their damaged bodies. In the battle that day, the light race, the feather race, and the human race had fought fiercely. In the end, they had all obtained something. However, the stone badge had disappeared. No one knew who had it. Only today did the truth surface. It was actually this divine tiger. Back then, it was like the old flying serpent, almost a quasi-emperor. After obtaining the heaven-mending technique from the stone token, it naturally broke through quickly. Black mist surged around the divine tiger. Its eyes were as big as a basin of blood, and its fangs were sharper than a long knife. It was shockingly white. Since it had met, how could it not attack? Roar. The roar of a tiger caused the entire universe to tremble. This was a type of world-shocking might. The sound waves of the ferocious tiger's roar shook the world, shattering all living things and sweeping forward like a black tide. Even the sea of lightning was blasted into nothingness. The ferocious tiger roar was a world-shocking divine ability. It was naturally peerless and incomparable when it was used by a quasi-emperor. Not to mention anything else, if the great sage were here, he would definitely fall to the ground like boiled dumplings. They would all be roared to death. The destructive power of this secret technique was too great. Seeing this, although Yi Fan was exhausted, he still let out a roar. His voice was clear and cold, like a dragon roaring in the sky, resounding throughout the universe. This was a secret technique born from the supreme Buddhist technique, the swoosh sound. It was extremely powerful. The ripples of the ferocious tiger roar were blocked. The two collided fiercely. The tiger pattern could not advance, so it did not cause any damage. You killed my people. If I let you become the quasi-emperor today, how would you have the face to see your descendants? Today, we have encountered each other. This is the will of the heavens. The divine tiger's words were like muffled thunder. Its eyes shot out a frightening bloody light. A stone tool appeared on its head. It was the stone badge from back then. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful aura erupted. It vaguely had the majesty of an imperial instrument. Although it was flawed, it was still so powerful. Roar, the tiger roared into the sky. A large rain of light appeared in its surroundings, as if it was a flying immortal. In addition, a terrifying white tiger descended from the sky. It released the aura of the immortal domain, making everyone tremble. The people in the distance all trembled inwardly. They quickly retreated. That white tiger wasn't a physical entity, but rather one formed from the interweaving great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the most terrifying type of stone Tao law. It reached the heavens and moved the gods, resonating with the immortal domain white tiger. This was like borrowing a technique, but also like an immortal's reaction. The Tao that the white tiger left in the human world resonated with it, imitating and controlling it. Now, it wanted to borrow it to become one with its own body. Everyone's expressions changed. This white tiger was ridiculously powerful. It actually grasped this type of secret technique, and with the help of this stone tool, it made everyone feel restraining fear. Hong. The lightning tribulation erupted. Yi Fan's tribulation hadn't ended yet. At this time, a new change appeared. Countless chaotic divine chains of order descended from the sea of lightning, binding him up. Not good. His mind sunk. Why did it have to happen now? Even the quasi-emperor tribulation was like this, bound by the heavens for a period of time. Only after struggling free could the great tribulation be considered complete. Now that it appeared at this time, wasn't this just making him a target? This divine tiger was definitely extremely powerful and not easy to deal with. Now that he was in the sea of lightning, how many of those who could become the quasi-emperor were easy to deal with? They would definitely be able to think of a way to pass through the sea of lightning. Those who could become the quasi-emperor were all geniuses in cultivation, transcending above all living things. Now, it wasn't too possible to rely on heavenly tribulation to kill the other party. Walala. Within the lightning, divine chains of order interweaved, binding Yi Fan tightly. The densely packed natural laws wrapped around him, making him look like a dumpling. I'm going to risk it all. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. At this moment, he could only fight it out. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that the remnants left behind by Stone Emperor, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the others hadn't been completely broken yet. It was still like a cage that sealed his body. If he was attacked now, he could borrow strength to continue breaking through the restrictions. Hong. However, the heavens weren't interested in him. A vast desolate world descended from the lightning punishment. There were true dragons coiling about, immortal phoenixes dancing in the sky, and vermilion birds bringing with them heaven overflowing fiery light. This was extremely similar to an immortal domain world. It suppressed downwards, crushing Yi Fan. It was truly a matter of internal and external troubles, making even Yi Fan's heart feel heavy. He didn't know if he could make it through. Even the heavens hate you. This is a decree, borrowing my hand to destroy you. The divine tiger sneered. The opponent was tied up like a dumpling, waiting for it to kill him. This result was too unexpected, making it want to laugh out loud. In the distance, everyone was dumbstruck. Not good. The Black Emperor was anxious. Is he going to die? It seems like we don't need to take action. A few people watched coldly in the darkness. Hong. You dare take advantage of my brother's tribulation to bully him, you don't know the difference between life and death. At this crucial moment, a loud shout rang out. A monkey with a thunderous mouth, fiery eyes, and a body covered in flickering golden fur appeared. It tore apart the void and slaughtered its way towards the divine tiger. The sacred prince had arrived. Not long ago, he received a message and learned that the celestial court was in trouble. He hurried back from the battlefield, but he didn't expect to run into Yi Fan's tribulation. Monkey, stop meddling in other people's business. The divine tiger was extremely ferocious. Even though it said this, it had already taken action. That white tiger merged with it, making it much more terrifying. The stone order on its head shone with immortal light as it attacked towards the sacred prince. Careful! Yi Fan shouted loudly. He was deeply aware of how terrifying that stone order was. Back then, it was a divine weapon that could block the smelting god pot's attack. If it truly struck the sacred prince, then he would be in danger. Pung! The sacred prince released a loud shout. An expanse of auspicious multicolored light rushed out from the crown of his head. Immortal light shone brilliantly, and a broken black iron rod appeared, smashing forward. This was the Emperor of Fighting's weapon. It was broken during the darkness chaos and suffered great damage. However, there was still half of it left, and it returned to the sacred prince's side. Normally, the sacred prince would carefully nourish it and search for immortal materials, hoping that there would be a day when it could be repaired. Since the other party used a great killing weapon, he naturally wouldn't just watch on. He directly raised the rod and smashed it down. Even though the power of the Imperial Tao couldn't be compared to before, it could definitely suppress the other party. This battle erupted. Within the sea of lightning, Yi Fan was floating up and down, bound within the divine chains. His entire body was trembling, but he wasn't in a hurry to break free from the magical chains. Instead, he gathered all of the power of his flesh and divine senses to attack, wanting to destroy the final traces left behind by the supreme being in his body. Hong. In the outside world, the immortal domain suppressed downwards, about to swallow him up. The true dragon, immortal phoenix, vermilion bird, white tiger, and others all rushed over murderously. Yi Fan released a great roar. He guided all of the power into his body to resist those traces. Truly powerful. Even I was given a fright. This type of flesh, this type of divine core, isn't it precisely the cauldron I need? Shenming appeared, standing in the void. Her face was full of cruelty and ruthlessness, the coldness in her eyes penetrating deep into one's bones. Originally, I wanted to fight a fair battle against you, but I fear that I won't have this chance. Someone else will destroy you first. If that happens, wouldn't this divine core be impossible to obtain? Shenming was cold, her head of hair fluttering about. She was like a matchless king, looking down on all under the heavens, walking into the sea of lightning step by step. For the sake of obtaining the divine core, I'm sorry, but I have to take action ahead of time, cut down your primordial spirit, obtain your flesh, build my Tao foundation. Shenming's voice was cold. When one's strength reached the quasi-emperor realm, they were definitely outstanding, cultivation geniuses who were above all. Moreover, he came from immortal mausoleum, having secret treasures on him that could block the lightning radiance, so he didn't go through tribulation. Master! Flower cried out, wishing to rush over. Li Tian and the others were also nervous. However, they still didn't become quasi-emperor, unable to help much. Don't be in such a rush. The Black Emperor could still remain calm. Even though the situation was critical, he instead calmed down, saying, thousands of great emperor-damaged formations have been prepared, ready to crush them to death at any time. These damaged formations had a weakness, which was that they were suitable for defensive retaliation. Right now, the other party was tangling with Yi Fan, so if they were used like this, they might accidentally injure him. Brother Yi, it truly is regretful. I never expected that we would meet like this. Shenming's dark gold battle clothes flickered about, her hair fluttering about. Her face carried an indifferent smile as she said, I always wanted to fight against you, but it is a pity. Don't worry, I will make good use of your flesh. It will become the most powerful furnace, help me achieve the Tao. You speak too much. Yi Fan said coldly. Is that so? I hope you can rest in peace, chat a bit more with you, to prevent your body from turning into a malicious spirit because of its instinctive reaction. That isn't a furnace I need. Shenming said in a carefree manner, carrying a faint sneer. Hong. Yi Fan took action. Even though he was trapped, moreover at the most difficult moment, attacking the final supreme being imprints in his body, he still fought powerfully. Every inch of his flesh could be used, erupting with endless radiance. Now that he could temporarily use Tao laws, he vented it out to his heart's content. Hong Long. Shenming suppressed down, her power domineering heaven and earth. Kacha. Yi Fan broke many divine chains, shifting positions. At the same time, the cauldron shook, all life source energy descending, suppressing towards Shenming. Good stuff. After today's great calamity, this cauldron will become divine. In this world, apart from Emperor Tao magical artifacts, there aren't many weapons that can compare to it. Brother Yi, I will take good care of it in your place. Please go on your way in peace. When she finished speaking, Shenming put away her smile, no longer treating this like a big deal. Her expression was incomparably cold, possessing a type of great dignity, as if she was an ancient emperor overlooking the world. As soon as she took action, 10,000 Tao resonated. The pagoda descended, wishing to cut down Yi Fan's primordial spirit, collect his flesh. Chapter 1664. Shenming was vicious enough, immediately releasing the cry of 10,000 Tao. Her 10 middle fingers were sparkling, releasing 100,000 heavenly sword radiance. These sword radiances were extremely special, every single one of them having their own life. There was even an ancient beast behind them that released immortal light. They held the sword radiance in their mouths, incomparably terrifying as they hacked down. Everyone's expression changed. This was an ancient technique from the mythological era, myriad beasts' immortal sword. It's been lost for a long time, but it's actually reappeared in this world. Heavens, such a powerful inheritance. I thought that it had been sealed for a long time, but it has finally seen the light of day again. In the distance, waves of cries of alarm sounded. Everyone was extremely shocked. Shenming's cultivation method was terrifying after all, her first move already this world-defying. Yi Fan's expression changed. His body was bound by the divine chains of order, and he was like a bug in a spider's web. It was extremely inconvenient for him to move. He released a shout from his mouth. The all-life source energy cauldron spun, chaotic light flickering within the cauldron, suppressing towards Shenming. Since he couldn't move, he could only use his divine sense to control the cauldron to fight against the enemy. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere like a silver waterfall. 100,000 celestial swords slashed wildly. The myriad chi cauldron was under great pressure and shook violently. What a powerful cauldron! It isn't even completely perfect, yet it is already this formidable. It can be considered rarely seen among Quasi-Emperor's magical artifacts. Shenming said with a sigh of admiration. However, her expression was extremely cold, the light in her eyes even more so bone-chilling. Shenming released a light shout. The dark gold armor on her body flowed with brilliant colors, sparkling and brilliant. Meanwhile, her aura was like that of a great wasteland vicious beast, her body becoming dark. This was a terrifying transformation. His body became strange and powerful. There was a type of prehistoric vicious beast aura that erupted, but it became dim. But the battle armor formed a divine ring, dazzling and resplendent. The 10,000 beast immortal sword trembled, beast roars shaking the heavens. The most powerful bloodlines of the legendary era all appeared, all of them revealing their ferocious true bodies, holding the immortal sword in their mouths as they slaughtered over. Stepping through the void, beasts galloping, the heavens collapsing and the earth caving. This kind of aura was too astonishing, the spectators couldn't help but tremble. Shenming's methods were heaven-defying. Once this 10,000 beast immortal sword was displayed, how many people in this world could face it head-on? Even if they were both in the realm of Quasi-Emperor, they would still have to bear a grudge. Clank, 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 the sword chi shattered the universe and slashed down randomly. The myriad chi cauldron was like a paper boat in a storm. It seemed like it would rot and be destroyed at any time. It turned into 100,000 zhang tall, blocking Yifan below, resisting all of the attacks. All types of symbols flickered on its surface, obliterating these attacks. At the same time, strand after strand of source energy poured down from the mouth of the cauldron like a shocking waterfall. They turned into divine radiance that resisted the sword energy, extremely powerful and divine. He blocked it. The Tao patterns on the myriad chi cauldron were revived, and it obliterated many sword chi attacks. Its defensive power was astonishing, and this made many people envious. This treasure was worth nurturing and refining with painstaking effort. Shenming's body was dim, but the battle clothes shone resplendently and dazzlingly, as if it was a black hole, surrounded by dozens to over 100 great young stars. Right now, he became more and more powerful. He spoke softly, chanting a type of ancient incantation. The world was in turmoil, and even the lightning seemed to have stopped. The sun, moon, and stars in the depths of the universe were frozen, and space-time was confined. Even though that sword radiance shattered, the 10,000 beasts didn't stop, instead becoming more and more real, crazily rushing over. Those were condensed from great Tao symbols, attacking the all-life source energy cauldron. Hong! Yifan fought viciously. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance. At the same time, the precious cauldron's aura surged, having its own life. All creatures on its surface revived, all of them ancient totems. They walked out from the cauldron walls one after another. The vermilion bird carried immortal flames, crossing 3,000 realms to fight. Primal chaos deities split heaven and earth, roaring as they slaughtered their way into the 9 heavens. With a shake of the Kuan Peng's wings, many great stars in the cosmos shattered, the 10,000 spirits on the cauldron walls revived, walking out alive, resisting the 10,000 beasts. Both sides rushed together, clashing intensely. This place was filled with dragon cries and tiger roars. Great pangs rushed into the heavens, divine light tearing through the everlasting. So powerful. The spectators all sucked in a cold breath of air. Shenming's shocking combat skill was one thing, but even though Yifan was trapped, he still had this type of method. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Shenming's expression was cold. The other party was bound by divine chains of order, basically like meat on a chopping board, yet he was still putting up a desperate struggle, moreover truly stopping her attacks. This was extremely bad for her. Suddenly, the all-life source energy cauldron sunk, quickly shrinking, becoming only the size of a fist. Even though there were true dragons that rose, immortal phoenixes that spread their wings, all types of totems rushed into the heavens. They all retreated to the space between Yi Fan's brows, protecting his frontal bone. Shen Ming is going to succeed. Many people's eyes released radiance. Shen Ming was like a deity that spurred on all beasts, pressing over step by step, controlling all types of great wasteland vicious beasts to suppress down. Every single vicious beast was like a sword, releasing chung-chung noises. Not good. The Black Emperor's face fell. The 10,000 beast immortal swords taboo domain appeared. Every single ancient beast was an immortal sword, but they didn't have sword forms. They were roaring, as if long swords were splitting the heavens. Endless sword intent turned into great Tao symbols, directly acting on Yi Fan's flesh and primordial spirit. This type of thing couldn't be stopped even if he wanted to, pervasive. It could be said that this type of unmatched sword intent wasn't something material weapons could stop. With a single thought, it would reach everywhere. One could see that Yi Fan's body that was bound by the divine chains of order was shaking, his entire body shining with endless symbols. This was the 10,000 beast immortal sword's killing intent, acting on his body through the roar of 10,000 beasts. Yi Fan. Li Heishui's face was filled with shock and anger. Master. Hua Hua's face was pale, no longer smiling mischievously, now full of fear. The 10,000 beast immortal sword is too powerful. The Black Emperor's face fell. All of these changes happened too quickly, impossible to stop. That was but a quasi-emperor displaying the restricted region lord's taboo secret method. When this type of attack landed on the bound Yi Fan's body, he had no way of adapting, powerless to stop it. The result could be predicted. Wang. The sacred prince who was fighting had fiery eyes, the half-immortal iron rod in his hand surging with dark light, hacking out diagonally, aiming at Shen Ming, wishing to stop everything. However, at this moment, the divine tiger went crazy. Its body that was made of stone and flesh erupted with dazzling radiance, tiger patterns everywhere. The stone artifact on its head released undying immortal light, attacking the sacred prince. At the same time, someone moved in the dark. A purple true dragon swooped over, blocking the black gold rod, opening its mouth to devour it. Dragon Girl took action, her eyes deep and cold, sharp like cold arrows when they opened and closed. She stopped the sacred prince's assistance, wishing to see the result of Yi Fan being killed by Shen Ming. Becoming my furnace cauldron isn't a bad choice. Live long with me, share the undying, sooner or later, you will rule over immortal domain. Shen Ming said coldly. She took a step forward, reaching out her hand towards the space between Yi Fan's brows, wishing to kill his primordial spirit, only leave behind this powerful body. The all-life source energy cauldron trembled. With a hung-long noise, Shen Ming released a cry of alarm. She was actually sent flying, unable to move away the cauldron blocking in front of Yi Fan's frontal bone. What was going on? He revealed a strange expression. It was clear that Yi Fan was struck by the 10,000 beast immortal sword intent. 10,000 beasts roared, over 10,000 types of great Tao symbols shining on his body, currently enduring the pain of having his body and soul destroyed. However, how could he still retaliate? One had to understand that when one was bound by magical chains, it was equivalent to losing all resistance, definitely being destroyed by the sword intent. I am not as unbearable as you imagine me to be. Yi Fan said coldly. Not only was he not unbearable, he was also ridiculously strong, leaving even Shen Ming shocked. Yi Fan was actually borrowing his power, purposely making the all-life source energy cauldron withdraw, waiting for the 10,000 beast sword intent to approach his body. Now, over 10,000 types of great Tao symbols all turned into flames, tempering his body, fighting against the supreme being remnant scars within him. Using the enemy's power to refine his own body? How many people dared do this? One had to understand that this was a battle on the level of quasi-emperor, a single mistake and the result would be the destruction of body and soul. Moreover, Yi Fan wasn't fighting a fair battle. He was currently trapped, yet he still dared do this. He really was ridiculously valiant. Shen Ming's expression was ice cold. She didn't like this type of feeling that exceeded her control. With her way of doing things, everything should be within her control. Ho! Shenming opened her mouth and spat out, black flames overflowing into the heavens. A black demonic furnace appeared, quickly enlarging, directly about to suck Yi Fan inside, completely refine him. Hung Long. However, at this time, a wave of boundless power descended, exceeding his control. The connection to the heavenly tribulation that was originally cut off reappeared, not enough even if he had a secret artifact on him. This was a boundless world, as if the immortal realm was connected to the human world, connected together. There were all types of auspicious beasts inside, the primordial scenes terrifying. With a Wenglong noise, Shenming was sucked in together with her black furnace, possibly facing tribulation inside. No one expected Yi Fan to be this heaven-defying. Not only did he resist the heavenly tribulation, now, he even controlled it, using this immortal domain void image realm to trap the enemy. It was clear that Shenming couldn't come out in a short period of time. He was in a dangerous situation where he was about to cross tribulation. When faced with the attacks of the true dragon, vermilion bird, and other immortal beasts, it was extremely strenuous for him. This sudden change exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that Yi Fan was in danger, never expecting the situation to reverse in an instant, the powerful deity instead being trapped. Chi! A streak of golden light hacked apart the lightning radiance. A woman with a head of golden hair fluttered about appeared, directly entering the sea of lightning, slaughtering her way towards Yi Fan, immediately dealing the fatal blow. Her eyes carried fiendish radiance, entire body surging with golden flames. It was precisely the golden heavenly girl. Golden divine treasures immediately appeared, all types of Dao weapons and magical artifacts flying about, golden light blazing, making it hard for one to open their eyes. Right now, there was no fairness to speak of, and she didn't come to fight a decisive battle either, only to kill, not allow Yi Fan to smoothly cross tribulation, wishing to take his life while he was in danger. Everyone trembled inwardly. This was the third quasi-emperor, two of them the children of ancient supreme beings, powerful to the point of making one tremble. Yi Fan's tribulation could be said to be full of disasters and difficulties. Now that he was exposed, too many people would stop him, not allowing him to succeed. Chung! The space between Yi Fan's brows erupted with brilliance, using the army symbol art to control all types of golden magical artifacts, making all types of golden weapons that were about to land on his body turn around, suppress and kill the golden heavenly girl. It was clear that the golden heavenly girl understood him well enough. In that instant, all of the magical artifacts turned into nothingness, resplendent suns appearing in their original locations, exploding together. Pooh! Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's body, under this situation where he couldn't move and was passively attacked, blood still erupted. He was almost blasted apart by this type of explosive power. Truly vicious. Everyone sighed with admiration. Those golden magical artifacts were all forged from this woman's own great Tao symbols. When they exploded like this, even she herself released a muffled groan. Strands of blood flowed out from the corners of her lips, and all of this was for the sake of quickly killing Yi Fan to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. Yi Fan's body shone from front to back. If it wasn't for the divine chains of order binding him, he might have already been blasted into pieces. A lot of blood spilled out from that area. Holy body Yi Fan, today is the day of your death. My clansmen's deaths, as well as the grudges between us, will all be settled here. The golden heavenly girl said coldly. Do you dare fight against him after my brother crosses the tribulation? The sacred prince roared. All of the golden hair on his body shone, his anger surging into the heavens. Unfortunately, he couldn't get away. On one side, the divine tiger controlled the stone tool to attack, and on the other side, the dragon girl used the 10,000 dragon bell to cut off his path of reinforcements, entangling him in place. Ha! The golden heavenly girl laughed loudly, her head of hair flying about. She attacked fiercely, saying, You still want to become the quasi-emperor? Keep dreaming. I won't give him this chance, I'll crush his chance to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. Chapter 1665. The golden goddess was extremely domineering and did what she said. She really did stomp down. Her entire body was shining as if it was made of gold, and the royal blood in her body was boiling. In the past, she had fought against Yi Fan and exchanged more than 3,000 blows. She was incomparably brave, and the tyrannical strength of her body could be seen. After many years, she had become the quasi-emperor and opened the royal body's treasury. Who knew how many times stronger she had become? This was the clan's famous invincible emperor body technique. The golden goddess's eyes flickered with a crazy light. She wanted to kill Yi Fan in his strongest area and crush his supreme holy body with one stomp. Hateful little girl, this is a humiliation to my master. She wants to crush my master's body alive. Hua Hua clenched her fists and even forgot to chant. What made Yi Fan feel helpless was that his physical body was inconvenient, and his control over the laws and paths was sometimes weak and sometimes strong. He had not completely broken through the body's cage, and now he was at a low point, so it was difficult to effectively kill his opponent. Looking at the golden soul stomping toward his face, his eyes were filled with flames. His fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He struggled with all his might. If his face was stepped on, regardless of whether he succeeded in crossing the tribulation or not, it was destined to become a humiliation that would be nailed to the path of his life. Clearly, the other party wanted to humiliate him like this in order to avenge the hatred of the past. Now, it was impossible to control the heavenly tribulation. His control over the laws and paths was at its weakest, so he could not send the golden goddess into the primordial world of immortals. Boom! The golden blood in Yi Fan's body was burning, and the scarlet blood was boiling. In an instant, it rushed out along the bloody wounds and turned into an unyielding carrier of battle intent. This was a bloody person. Because of Yi Fan's anger and unwillingness, it was separated from his blood. It was formed from the fragments of the great Tao and turned into a bloody god of war. This is the origin blood of the holy body. Many people cried out in surprise. Many people's eyes revealed a blazing light as they stared forward. Yi Fan's flesh and sea of consciousness could be considered a cage, trapping his magic and Tao. Meanwhile, his essence blood was unwilling to give up, rushing out. Within it contained this bloodline's most fundamental great Tao fragment. This kind of power was very powerful. Normally, it would appear on his physical body. This was the first time he separated it out and combined it together to attack. The most original divine body blood, scarlet red like a multicolored sunset, truly beautiful. Isn't this the legendary human body great medicine? I don't have to refine it and you come to me on your own. The golden heavenly maiden laughed out loud. However, no matter how one looked at it, she looked cold. Her golden eyes were especially cold. This blood and the divine body's source fragment contained a terrifying battle intent. Its blood-colored hair fluttered as it roared and charged over. Woo, the divine body's source is truly a great medicine for the human body. It's a great natural luck. Many people's eyes were burning with desire. However, the battle intent displayed by this blood-colored body was indeed terrifying. It was world-shaking. With a sweep of its leg, the golden heavenly maiden was sent flying into the air and retreated. However, the blood-colored body also became a bit dimmer. After all, this wasn't Yi Fan's body. This was a type of instinct. Without the guidance of divine consciousness, there was no response. Cauldron, come. Within Yi Fan's broken body, his essence energy was almost sucked dry. He shouted, and the myriad chi cauldron directly descended, entering the blood-colored body. There was a deity within the cauldron that could fight in place of his will. It controlled the blood-colored body and refined it into one to fight the golden heavenly maiden. Boom! This was a riot. The heaven and earth exploded. Under the situation where Yi Fan's magic and Tao were suppressed, the scarlet blood source fragment appeared to fight in his place. This kind of powerful force was originally the embodiment of the pinnacle of the physical body. Now that it was extracted, it was a terrifying manifestation. It shook the golden heavenly maiden so much that her face turned pale and blood seeped out of her mouth. As for the blood-colored body and the cauldron between his eyebrows, outsiders couldn't see them because he was originally formed from blood. Boom! His fist intent was unparalleled, and his battle intent surged. Yifan's blood deity was fighting, shattering the heavens and forcing the golden heavenly maiden to retreat. Blood continuously dripped from the corner of her mouth. This isn't good. Yifan is crossing a tribulation. His source has been separated from his body for too long. His body and divine consciousness will be destroyed by the divine chains of order at any time, the Black Emperor said. Yifan's body was empty and tattered. Only a portion of his blood essence remained. He was relying on the power of his divine consciousness to hold on. If he made a single mistake, his body and soul would be destroyed. Master. Hua Hua's eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, my quasi-emperor tribulation should be coming soon. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Otherwise, I will definitely trample this cowardly rat to death. Pang Bo was furious. Ha! The golden heavenly maiden laughed crazily. She knew that the blood deity was very powerful, but he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This was because once Yifan's divine consciousness and physical body were destroyed, everything he had would become nothing. Tremble, holy body, pay the price for your sins. I think this is the best response to you when I crush you into pieces when you transform. The golden heavenly maiden said coldly. She was at a disadvantage in physical combat, so she began to use a terrifying secret technique. The dark cosmos was torn apart. One figure after another walked out. It was as if a great sun had suddenly shone, illuminating everything with divine light. Those were ancient deities wearing golden armor. They were all existences similar to sun gods. Their radiance illuminated the dark cosmos as they came out to fight. This is the descent of deities. There wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. This kind of secret technique was actually cultivated by the golden heavenly maiden. She was indeed worthy of being an ancient empress. It was rumored that this was not a secret technique that could be cultivated with talent and bloodline alone. It was very mysterious and required the activation of some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Without a doubt, this kind of secret technique was extremely powerful. The sky was densely packed with golden figures. They all shouted together, "Kill!" They attacked at the same time. The golden symbols that filled the sky seemed to have a life of their own as they extended outwards. Then, they turned into golden waves that struck the heavens. With a hong sound, the bloody figure was sent flying. It won't end here, right? After the blood deity retreated, he didn't scatter. Instead, he suddenly became even more radiant as he intentionally avoided the attack. This was because at this time, Yifan's magical and Tao fluctuations had reached a peak, and he could use this kind of power. The blood flowed in reverse and entered Yifan's body. His entire body flickered with magical radiance as all kinds of secret techniques erupted. He also controlled the tribulation lightning. Boom! The golden heavenly maiden was also blasted into that immortal domain void realm. She was battered by immortal beasts, almost about to cross tribulation. An expanse of golden radiance scattered down from the outside. Everyone was stupefied. They originally thought that victory was already in the bag, but Yifan still made it through, escaping disaster. Right now, his flesh was bound. The golden heavenly maiden and Shenming were both in that immortal domain void realm. Right now, that place was extremely terrifying. They encountered great trouble. Let's end this. After Dragon Girl saw everything, a pair of sparkling dragon horns flickered with heaven-reaching radiance. She held the 10,000 dragon bell in her hands, about to enter the sea of lightning. Everyone's minds were beating like drums. Powerful cultivators quickly backed up. What kind of joke was this? Carrying an emperor artifact inside? Only the ancient emperor's children dared do this. It was because the slightest bit of carelessness and this ancient artifact crossed tribulation, not a single person here would be able to survive. Are all of you scared of my brother? You don't even have the courage to face him head-on? The sacred prince shouted. His rod strike almost smashed the divine tiger to death, stopping Dragon Girl's path. Just now, I still didn't have any killing intent. Out of consideration for us both having archaic emperor bloodlines, I don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality. "Don't force me," said Dragon Girl. She had the confidence to say these types of words, because she had a perfect Emperor artifact in her hands. Who could contend against her? The monkey's immortal iron rod had long been broken into 2 pieces, so it definitely couldn't stop her. Monkey receives Green Lotus. Suddenly, the Black Emperor appeared. A formation platform flickered, and he tossed a green lotus to the sacred prince before directly disappearing from his original location. This was Yifan's primal chaos green lotus. He didn't dare bring it with him when crossing tribulation. This was no longer the same as before. Now that this object had taken form, if it really was Green Emperor and awakened after crossing tribulation, it was unknown just how badly the universe would be destroyed. When Dragon Girl saw this, she sneered and stepped into the sea of lightning. "At worst, we'll all cross tribulation together." The sacred prince roared. He blasted the divine tiger away with a rod strike, abandoning this quasi-emperor who was destined to be defeated and didn't have long to live. He followed into the sea of lightning, and sure enough, the green lotus immediately trembled and frantically devoured the power of the heavenly tribulation. In an instant, it grew more than a foot long. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. The green lotus gained a very strong vitality and luster, becoming even more sparkling and lustrous, emerald green, and fresh. The only thing that made people rejoice was that after absorbing the power of the sea of lightning, it didn't cross tribulation and was still a lotus. Die. After Dragon Girl came in, she urged the 10,000 dragons to directly kill Yifan. She didn't come for a duel, and her goal was simple: she just wanted to kill this enemy. Scram! The sacred prince was furious. With the green lotus in one hand and the black immortal iron rod in the other, he blocked her path, not allowing her to harm Yifan, who was in his weakest state and in the midst of crossing tribulation. Dragon Girl sneered. The opponent's green lotus could only passively defend and had no offensive power, but the one in her hand was a true Emperor artifact. The initiative was in her hands. Not only did she stop the attacks of the green lotus and broken iron rod, she even broke open Immortal Domain's void realm, releasing the other 2 ancient Emperor children. Shenming was furious. Golden heavenly girls tore through the sky. The 2 of them rushed murderously at Yifan, while Dragon Girl stopped the monkey. "Ah, break for me." The sound of the heavens collapsing sounded. Yifan's entire body burned with blazing flames. The magical chains binding his body, as well as the Supreme Being remnant traces that were tangled together in his body, were already covered in cracks to begin with. Now, they finally reached a critical point. Kacha! It was as if something within Yifan's body broke apart. This type of sound was even more terrifying than thunder. Immediately afterwards, a streak of immortal light that pierced through the cosmos surged, hacking apart heaven and earth. With a hong noise, heaven and earth's 4 extremes trembled. Yifan's body released a great roar, as if he was a flood dragon that struggled free from its cage. He rose into the air, shattering the restraints of the divine chains of order, making them break apart. Success. Tribulation crossing perfection. Cries of alarm sounded. Yifan made a breakthrough amidst endless difficulties, shattering all shackles and obstructions, taking the most important step in his life. Disturbing my tribulation crossing, do you think you can kill me just like that? You all won't do. Yifan was like a dragon that leapt into the 9 heavens. With a long noise, his entire body erupted with endless radiance. Magical techniques and Tao surged, his flesh becoming even more powerful. When the rose symbol art was activated, time and space seemed to have frozen. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Yifan's body became larger, a foot trampling towards the golden heavenly girl, descending like a mountain. Hong! This was simply impossible to evade. It was just too fast. Within endless golden light, Yifan's large foot descended. The golden heavenly girl was forced to face it head-on. Her arms shook, striking towards the heavens. However, the power of this foot was too great, crushing her natural laws. It carried heaven and earth covering radiance as it crushed down, covering her underneath. Everyone trembled, watching from the distance. After Yifan's large foot descended, the golden heavenly girl resisted with all of her strength. Her arms supported the heavens, barely stopping that large foot. As for Yi Fan's fist, it had long smashed towards Shenming. Heavenly Emperor fist was unmatched, shattering the void, suppressing downwards. Shenming roared angrily, but she was directly suppressed. From the distance, that figure that was like a demonic god trampled on the golden heavenly girl with one foot, a fist crushing Shenming until she had to kneel down. That type of "I am the only one" supreme majesty left everyone shaken. Chapter 1666. Yi Fan successfully crossed tribulation. He broke through his body's shackles, making the laws and Tao surge, breaking free of the shackles, truly completing a transformation. He was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex that appeared, terrifying aura covering heaven and earth. As soon as he took action, the two great ancient emperor's children were suppressed below. Even though they were still resisting, it looked like one was trampled on by his feet, the other bent over by his large hand. This type of scene left everyone stupefied. After so many years had passed, this type of person appeared again, powerful to the point where it made everyone's blood surge, tremble. Was this the true rise of the sacred body Yi Fan? The true path of return? It was too domineering, trampling on the ancient emperor's daughter, his fist shaking up the restricted region's child. When had anyone ever seen this type of scene before? Many people's blood began to surge as well. Yi Fan broke through the restrictions, shattering all of the divine chains of order, undoing his body's shackles. He had just recovered, yet he was already this powerful, shocking everyone. It was as if a demon lord had defied the heavens and returned, no one able to stop him. Master! Hua Hua clenched her fists, blood surging, crying out excitedly, feeling excited and happy for her master. After more than 300 years of suffering, he finally sharpened an unmatched body. Good, he finally broke through, there won't be any more future troubles. Let's see who dares cause trouble, we'll wipe them all out. Li Heishui also cried out, brandishing his fists forcefully. Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others also roared out excitedly, feeling like their blood was boiling. That figure seemed to be them, towering in the starry sky, suppressing the ancient emperor's bloodline. Yi Fan finally broke through. After experiencing too much suffering, today, he succeeded. Many people knew that there was no one who could stop his footsteps anymore. This time, he truly rose up, informing the people of the world that the one who previously swept through the starry sky ancient path returned. Many great enemies were going to tremble. Ah! Shenming roared out angrily, her fists shaking, fiercely facing that great hand in the sky. She forcibly straightened her back, not allowing herself to kneel down. She was full of unwillingness. That hand actually made her body almost fall, bow down. This was a type of tremendous humiliation. Who was he? The child of a restricted region, the descendant of an ancient supreme being, he should be intimidating under the heavens. Crack. However, although he was struggling, his joints were cracking as if they were about to break. One could imagine how terrifying the punch that was pressing down on his head was. This made him feel extremely humiliated. It was actually this kind of posture. The supreme power made him feel as if he couldn't even raise his head. The other party was suppressing him in a domineering manner. What kind of person could be this aloof, towering above the heavens, about to make him collapse with a casual fist? This was unforgivable. The blood and bones in his entire body were trembling with anger. However, the one who felt even more humiliated than him was the golden heavenly maiden. She was being trampled by a giant foot that was surrounded by dazzling golden light. Her entire body was trembling violently. She would not have been able to withstand it if she had not exerted strength in her arms and unleashed a shocking secret technique of the ancient emperors. This posture, this kind of result, made all the golden blood in her body boil violently. There had never been an emperor's child so submissive before. Her eyes were as sharp as heavenly swords, and her golden pupils shot out beams of light. She did everything she could to retaliate. Over 10,000 golden symbols flickered, deities descending, all of them attacking murderously, wishing to destroy that heavenly deity-like figure. The golden heavenly maiden felt even more humiliated than Shenming. She was the glorious heavenly maiden, the focus of everyone's attention, respected by all sides of heaven and earth, the world's most resplendent pearl. When had she ever suffered this? However, now, everything was changed. A person was this powerful, trampling down on her with a raise of his foot. Get up! Shenming roared angrily. 10,000 beasts roared. In his surroundings were all ancient beasts with the most powerful bloodlines from the legendary era. They all erupted, making him the 10,000 beast deity, forcefully resisting Yi Fan's fist. Hong! Finally, he struggled free. Meanwhile, at this time, Dragon Girl also used deities descending. Sun deity-like existences stepped out from the void one after another, illuminating the undying, helping her break free. Yi Fan didn't block it. Instead, his expression was cold. His arms shook, breaking the final magical chains in the air. After that, he punched towards the sky. There was a mirage of the immortal realms there that surrounded him. This strike exceeded everyone's understanding. The lightning radiance in the void completely disappeared. Then, with a hong noise, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. The heavenly tribulation ended. Originally, this heavenly tribulation lightning radiance would gradually disappear. Was it destroyed by Yi Fan's fist now? He directly retaliated, showing great disrespect towards the heavens. Without lightning, this place became extremely quiet. The stars had long been destroyed, only darkness and nothingness left, as well as a few people who were confronting each other. You want to kill me like this? Yi Fan's eyes moved about, sweeping over every single person. Divine Tiger, Dragon Girl, Golden Heavenly Maiden, Shenming, these four's expressions were all grave. Master, Dragon Girl destroyed a few of our resource stars. Hua Hua said in grief and indignation from the distance. Correct, it was just a finger. Dragon Girl's eyes were cold. She reached out a finger and pointed out. The void split apart, the scene from not long ago appearing again. A great star was directly crushed by that enlarged finger. There are a few more left, it's just like this. Is your heart aching? Dragon Girl laughed coldly. Her finger descended, and then several more great stars exploded. There were clearly some cultivators who didn't retreat, dying a violent death. There is also Shenming and the others. Li Tian shouted. Shenming laughed coldly. With a raise of her hand, the void split apart. An ancient path collapsed in front of her, blood splashing outwards. The past scenes were just that realistic, a ghastly sight. Quasi-Emperor's power was undoubtedly displayed. There is no need to say any more. I only killed a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, weak like ants, not worthy of this name. Golden Heavenly Maiden said herself. An expanse of bloody mist pervaded the air in front of her. A few figures appeared, carrying anger and unwillingness. Are you all trying to anger me? If you can't disturb my heart, then all of you will die even faster. Yi Fan said calmly. After experiencing so much joy and sorrow, even though he felt anger inside, his Tao heart wasn't shaken. His fighting strength rose to a terrifying height, the blood in his body surging like a tsunami, shaking up the starry sky. It is still hard to say who will be the one to kill who. Shenming said coldly. Just now, she felt too much humiliation. The battle intent and arrogance in her bones surged to the extreme, about to use all forbidden methods to kill Yi Fan. You all won't do. Yi Fan directly shook his head, as if he was a deity from the heavens above looking down on them. This type of feeling was extremely bad. When had there ever been someone who looked down on them like this? Shenming and Golden Heavenly Maiden's expressions became more and more cold. They transferred all of their vital energy, wishing to fight to the death. Yi Fan, don't fight over them. We'll split it half and half, you kill two, I'll kill two. Sacred Prince walked over while carrying the brilliant multicolored immortal iron rod, his entire body covered in golden fur resplendent and sparkling. When Divine Tiger, Golden Heavenly Maiden, and the others heard this, their expressions became even colder. Forget about their identities, just in terms of cultivation realms, they were quasi-emperor, yet they actually dared look down on them like this. This was just too unbridled. Monkey bro, you can't say things like this. These people all came for me, so I have to deal with them myself. Yi Fan said. When these words sounded, Shenming, Golden Heavenly Maiden, and the others' expressions became even more overcast. What did they treat them as? Did they think they could kill them just because they wanted to? They were actually fighting over this. This was intolerable. Hong. Dragon Girl took action. The 10,000 dragon bell in her hands erupted with radiance, turning into a furious dragon. Every segment was a purple gold great bell, rumbling through heaven and earth, releasing wang wang sounds. Over 10,000 bell waves gathered into a streak of light, slaughtering their way towards Yi Fan. The heavens were collapsing, primal chaos was beginning to open, everything was being destroyed. Under Yi Fan's will, the travel symbol art operated, reaching great heights. Time stopped, but also as if it was moving in reverse. One could see that time force was becoming chaotic. He instantly shifted several tens of thousands of li, avoiding this attack that would definitely kill him. Catch! Sacred Prince and him had great tacit understanding. The primal chaos green lotus had long been prepared, sent out, flying into Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan moved while holding the green lotus. There was no one else who could stop him here. The all-life source energy cauldron floated above his head, green light flickering in his hands. A three-leaf stalk produced all things, as if the celestial being was reborn. Hong. The great battle began. Yi Fan directly rushed at Dragon Girl, not fearing the imperial magical artifact at all, destroying all of the ripples. This. The spectators sucked in a cold breath of air. Even though they had long heard of this, personally witnessing the extreme Tao natural laws still made their hearts tremble. Hong. The weapon forged from divine mark's purple gold revived, imperial Tao power surging. The great bell linked up into a dragon body, every single segment moving rhythmically, the bell sounds deafening. This naturally made the green lotus tremble as well, feeling extremely strained, neutralizing the attacks of the supreme being natural laws with difficulty. The fiend emperor Tao fruit was blossoming. Shenming and the golden heavenly girl also slaughtered their way over. The purple gold imperial magical artifact wouldn't injure them, while the green lotus could only passively defend. That was why they could enter the battlefield and participate. Wang. Suddenly, Yi Fan changed directions, instantly changing his main target, directly slaughtering towards Shenming and the golden heavenly girl. Roar. In the distance, an angry roar sounded. Sacred Prince succeeded ahead of time. His rod smashed down, killing Holy Spirit Race's divine tiger. A quasi-emperor fell here. Everyone was horrified. This monkey was too powerful, so directly smashing the divine tiger into a bloody mist. Rocks and flesh flew everywhere, shocking the soul. Sacred Prince dealt with his opponent. He walked over, immortal iron rod in hand, forcing Dragon Girl, confronting her. The main reason was because he was scared that she had some ancient emperor taboo methods. Shenming roared out angrily, encountering great trouble. Not even the 10,000 beast immortal swords were useful, unable to harm Yi Fan at all. The other party's speed was too fast. What left him in the most despair was that in the end, the other party stopped using the rose symbol art, standing there, facing it head-on with his true body, directly shattering the 10,000 beasts and 10,000 swords, making him feel as if he was struck by lightning. The golden heavenly girl was also taking action, but she couldn't catch up to Yi Fan's footsteps, unable to surround him. It was simply as if she was 2 steps behind, completely futile. 10,000 Tao furnace. Shenming shouted. A black furnace rushed out from the crown of her head, releasing immortal light. Then, the furnace body flowed with sparkling radiance. There weren't more, not less, but 10,000 great Tao symbols, all of them flickering. This was his Tao furnace, something that would accompany him for the rest of his life, something he would use to achieve the Tao. He used up a sea of divine force, using essence blood to nurture a quasi-emperor artifact. Wang. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head flew out, crushing space, crushing all things, instantly rushing over. Shinming's expression was sinister, using all of his strength. The Tao furnace smelted the 10,000 Tao of heaven and earth, releasing endless light. There were even more so all of his life's magical Tao fragments that surged out. However, when the all-life source energy cauldron descended, his 10,000 Tao symbols collapsed, actually unable to stop it. Streak after streak of source energy descended, crushing his furnace until it was about to crack apart. Shinming's expression changed. Her own Tao smelting artifact actually couldn't compare to the other party, about to be destroyed at any time. This left him furious, even more so feeling a type of unwillingness. He hurriedly put away the black divine furnace, avoiding the all-life source energy cauldron's radiance. He couldn't face it head-on. He knew that there shouldn't be any quasi-emperor artifacts in this world that could face this cauldron head-on. Wang. Yi Fan followed up. He was too fast, the magical Tao surging within his body reaching a perfect state. His fighting strength surged, able to display incomparable deterrence. He arrived with a single step. Experts clashed, quasi-emperor clashed. This place rumbled, all things destroyed, everything destroyed. Only primal chaos surged, heaven and earth re-established. They fought intensely, the flowing light they produced flying into other star domains, directly making an expanse of stars dim. This was a type of unmatched power. Kacha. In the battle, Shinming had no choice but to use the Tao furnace to protect herself. Otherwise, Yi Fan's fist would have smashed into her body. A shattering sound sounded. Her heart was in intense pain. She opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, her body's Tao seriously damaged. It was because the black divine furnace was shattered by Yi Fan's fist, within it his magical Tao. With a raise of his hand, he destroyed the restricted region child's quasi-emperor artifact. What kind of power was this? It was because it wasn't an ordinary divine weapon, previously obtained the approval of immortal tomb supreme beings. Ah, Shinming screamed out, but she couldn't change anything. Moreover, she was in an extremely dangerous state. Yi Fan displayed an irregular scene, instantly sealing up the cosmos, locking down this space. Shinming couldn't move at all. Pooh. There was no reasoning to speak of, no mercy to speak of. Yi Fan walked out, as if an immortal king descended into the lower realms. His entire body shone, black hair fluttering about. He arrived before Shinming, and then with a pu sound, he was torn in half, blood dyeing heaven and earth red. I can't accept this. Shinming's body was torn in half. A fist-sized little golden figure rushed out from her head, crying out in pain, words filled with grief. He was a true heaven's pride, someone who had previously fought under the heavens in the ancient times. More than 100,000 years ago, his figure had appeared during the darkness chaos, using this to sharpen himself. Later on, he was sealed by his father, growing up in blood and flames. He had never encountered someone who could suppress him at the same level, yet today, he suffered this type of humiliation. He was actually hacked apart alive, body torn in half, not like someone of the same cultivation realm at all. However, the other party was so young, his cultivation time definitely not longer than his own. He was this powerful, suppressing and killing this exceptional pride of heaven from a life-restricted region with just a raise of his hand. The two halves of the blood-soaked corpse fell, a ghastly sight, making the experts who came from the cosmos break out in a layer of cold sweat. This was too powerful. This was a quasi-emperor, yet he reached the end of the road just like that. A demon-like figure stood between the two halves of the body, stepping on blood, eyes like lightning, black hair thick, overlooking the world under the sky. That type of powerful aura made everyone's hearts tremble. Shinming's primordial spirit rushed out, but it was hard for her to break free from this divine domain. This was Yi Fan's irregular scene, as if it was an immortal domain world. All types of great stars swirled above, countless creatures roaring from the great desolation world below. Yi Fan was like an immortal lord patrolling, overlooking his own people. Meanwhile, Shinming suddenly felt like she was extremely laughable, actually as insignificant as an ant. Chapter 1667. This wasn't Yifan's final irregular scene, merely a transformation process. Now, it evolved to this step. This domain couldn't be passed through, surrounded by Yifan's magical Tao. It was useless even if his primordial spirit rushed out. As soon as he rose into the sky, a golden crow swirling with immortal light flew over, wishing to peck at him. Shenming roared out in grief. He knew that he was finished, about to fall. In his entire life, he had seen human race great emperors during the dark chaotic era, never falling, yet now, he was going to die in this world. When his father achieved the Tao, he was the most powerful under the sky. Even after severing his blade, he was still the most powerful under the heavens. However, in a decisive battle against ancient great emperors, he was defeated as the descendant of this type of person. This was a type of humiliation in itself. He was originally proud and arrogant, looking down on the world, full of boldness, looking down on the young heroes of the heavens. Now, he actually ended up in this type of state. He resisted, not surrendering. Waves of roars shook the heavens, struggling within the irregular scenes. Everyone felt a bit of sympathy for Shenming. This was originally the heir of a supreme being. Who dared provoke him? Who could face him head-on? Now, he was like a bird in a net, struggling futilely. Yifan was too powerful. He towered there, irregular scenes drowning out the cosmos. This became his main battlefield, ruled by him. The golden crow moved through the sky, fiercely pecking Shenming's primordial spirit, making him feel a great pain. The radiance grew dim, blood like divine splendor splashing out. He suffered serious injuries. Another horned dragon rose into the sky, passing over the great desolate mountains, flying through the savage forest, rushing into the sky. A streak of scarlet light flashed past. Shenming's primordial spirit lost another large piece. Was it going to end? Shenming released a long sigh. The restricted region child actually fell into this type of state. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength to resist, completely defeated. In the outside world, the golden heavenly lady was attacking. Dragon Girl held an Emperor Tao magical artifact, also tearing apart the cosmos, wishing to break down Yifan's quasi-emperor divine domain, rescue Shenming. Unfortunately, everything was futile, they didn't succeed. Yifan was moving, the raw character art unmatched under the sky, touching upon the domain of time, avoiding the endless attacks. With a single thought, he moved 100,000 li together with his phenomenon. He traversed the universe and dodged the attacks of the two people. All the attacks only landed on the vast, illusory image. They did not hit him at all. When true Emperor Tao fluctuations swept over, Yifan still held the primal chaos green lotus. With a sweep, Emperor Tao natural laws were destroyed, heaven and earth opened, all life extinguished. I have lost. In the final moment, Shenming was filled with loneliness, no longer struggling. That fist-sized little figure was grabbed by a vermilion bird, swallowed in one gulp. Specks of light scattered down like a rain of blood. Yifan's phenomenon disappeared, leaving behind only two halves of his body, as well as pieces of the the arch-divine furnace. His life ended just like that. He had previously erupted with resplendent radiance in the ancient times, but in this world, he encountered someone he shouldn't have encountered, thus ending in such a depressing manner. Many people were silent, finding it hard to say anything. That is good stuff. Only the celestial quartz people could speak. Shenming destroyed an ancient path they built, so these people definitely wouldn't sympathize with her. They stared at the divine furnace fragments and the body in the pool of blood. That was an ancient beast that turned into its original form. It was incomparably massive, quasi-emperor blood radiance dazzling, entire body a treasure, making any great power's eyes go red. There is ancient supreme being blood flowing within, able to refine a portion, refine it into human body great medicine. This is an unmatched divine object. The Black Emperor said. In the dark, even though there were many people who were envious, a few great powers becoming restless, when they saw Yifan's cold and emotionless eyes, it was as if cold water was poured over their heads, stopping their impulses. He even dared to kill the descendant of an unmatched existence in a mortal tomb, So what did Yi Fan not dare do? Keng Chang sounds shocked all directions. The golden heavenly girl moved, a single battle shocking the starry skies. Her entire body was covered in multicolored light, as if a golden volcano was erupting. Flying blades, golden gourds, divine bells, Tao pagodas, and other things appeared, turning into ancient symbols, engraving themselves on her body. In that instant, she wore a set of golden battle armor, the radiance blinding. This was the combination of several types of forbidden secret methods. She deeply sensed how terrifying Yi Fan was. This person was already not a single person's opponent, and would definitely leave all of the ancient princes horrified. This was an exceptional great enemy that the Supreme Being descendant had to face, someone who would stop many people's paths. The golden heavenly girl fought viciously, using all of the methods she could use. Otherwise, she felt like there was no hope. Moreover, she already made her preparations. If she couldn't kill him, she would immediately flee into the distance, because if she fought viciously, she would definitely die for nothing. Hong Long Long. Golden symbols flickered about, attaching themselves to the surface of her body. After merging with her body, they turned into pieces of special armor. They all had life, as if deities were living within her body one after another. Chang. A casual attack from her was already a terrifying one. She pulled out a golden dragon sword from her back, and then it truly turned into a furious golden dragon, rushing at Yi Fan. The immortal sword was ruthless, immediately hacking apart the void. A light dang sounded. Yi Fan's cauldron suppressed forward, thus stopping her. She couldn't break through, but she wasn't discouraged, her entire body rushing over. The golden gourd on her left shoulder turned into armor, symbols swirling about, and then a deity flew out. The Tao bell turned armor on her right shoulder shone brilliantly, and then an ancient deity rushed out. The golden lotus imprint on her chest flickered, and then a 5-element deity rushed out. Deities swirled around her body, many golden Tao artifacts supporting her, making her look like a golden immortal king. This was a type of dazzling magnificence. Who could have this type of power? Ancient deities accompanied her at her side, surrounding and protecting her at the center. The great emperors of the past were like this, their power heaven overflowing. The golden heavenly maiden unleashed her most powerful attack. Her movement technique and Tao spirit became one, killing Yi Fan. The stars in this dark cosmos had long been destroyed, but now, bright spots appeared one after another, even more resplendent than before. Those were deities one after another, and in the end, there were more and more of them. Hong. This peerless attack made everyone's soul tremble. What a powerful forbidden domain, the fusion of so many secret techniques, one strike shocking the gods. Everyone's scalps went numb, and at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yi Fan didn't retreat. The all-life energy cauldron floated above his head as he directly advanced, facing the deities head-on. He actually met force with force, not wavering in the slightest. He was like a raging furnace, multicolored light collapsing the heavens, like the king of deities. That aura made everyone's hearts palpitate. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and a great collision occurred. The deities all suppressed down, and the cauldron above Yi Fan's head received all of the attacks. The primal chaos within the cauldron was as deep as the sea, impenetrable. Suddenly, the sea of primal chaos within the cauldron surged, blocking these attacks. The deities descended, and in an instant, they scattered, shaking over from all directions. The sky cracked, and this place became a lump of porridge, turning into a source of destruction. In the mouth of the cauldron, the all-life energy drooped down like curtains, hanging down like waterfalls, blocking Yi Fan's true body. He wasn't affected in the slightest. The all-life energy cauldron was truly successful, and now it could suppress a part of the sky. Its defensive power was astonishing, and the deities charged together. Golden light destroyed the world, but they couldn't even open up a small gap. The golden heavenly maiden's powerful attack was ineffective, and her heart immediately sank. Yi Fan's power had indeed exceeded her expectations, and this was too dangerous. That cauldron made everyone's eyes burn with passion. This was definitely a peerless treasure among the quasi-emperor artifacts, and it was rarely seen since ancient times. Wang. Suddenly, the curtain hanging down from the all-life energy cauldron was torn apart, and the deities attacked inside. The golden heavenly maiden was stunned. How could the situation change so quickly? She almost wanted to retreat. Hong. She had no choice. Symbols flickered all over her body, and she charged over murderously. It was the same as opening up Yifan's tortoise shell, so she naturally wouldn't give up. The deities were expressionless. Their bodies shone, and they carried out a fatal attack, hacking forward. Now is the time. The dragon girl shouted lightly, and she also took action. Extreme radiance flickered, and an imperial magical artifact shot out. The purple dragon rapidly shrunk, turning into a zhang in length. The dragon's reverse scale opened up, and bell sounds rang out continuously. One could clearly see that the segment of the small bell that had turned into the defying dragon scale was covered in incomparably terrifying ripples. Yifan's expression was cold. The space between his brows flickered with splendor, and the primal chaos green lotus appeared, sweeping towards the defying dragon scale to suppress and kill, stopping the ancient imperial weapon. At the same time, he had the golden heavenly maiden enter. He was like a matchless demon lord, and he forcefully faced all of the golden deities and weapons. Emperor weapons appeared between his fingers one after another, and they truly appeared. Void Mirror, Eternal Universe Furnace, Tai's Sovereign Sword, West Emperor Pagoda, Wu Shi Bell. One after another, they were developed by him with the Battle Saint technique, imitating a few strands of extreme Dao might. As a quasi-emperor, the strength of his body and magical power had been raised to a shocking level. Now that he was using this secret technique, it was unknown just how many times more powerful it was. Hong. The Golden Gourd, Divine Bell, and Dao Pagoda were all sent flying, and some even directly shattered on the spot. They were no match for these emperor weapons. That was because the army formula was also operating. At this time, all kinds of golden magical artifacts were stuck. Even though the golden heavenly maiden herself had reached the quasi-emperor level, she was still suppressed. The golden heavenly maiden finally understood that it wasn't she who had broken through the defense of the myriad energy cauldron, but Yifan himself had let her in. Otherwise, the enormous energy cauldron above her head would be unbreakable. It was too late now. Even though she wanted to tear apart space, she couldn't retreat. How could Yifan let her go? He rapidly imprisoned the world and attacked. The deities roared angrily. Those golden figures covered the sky and earth, and all of them attacked Yifan. This was an attack that would destroy everything indiscriminately. These ancient deities all exploded, and the violent energy impact could burn down the universe. However, Yifan only used one fist. Brilliant radiance exploded and swept forward, obliterating all the deities. Regardless of whether they were self-destructing or charging forward while roaring, they were all annihilated at this moment. Once the Celestial Emperor Fist was unleashed, all the deities turned into ashes. They were all destroyed, and not a single one survived. The golden heavenly maiden's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. This result made her despair. The other party was powerful enough to look down on her. Not fleeing was simply courting death. However, even if she fled, could she really escape? The dragoness was furious. She couldn't kill Yifan even with an imperial magical artifact. There was also that monkey. This made her feel like her blood was about to explode, but she just couldn't do anything. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Moreover, she also had a bad premonition about her own fate. Should she retreat? The golden heavenly maiden's fate had already been decided. At this moment, no one could change it for her. When the golden magical artifacts and radiance on her body exploded, she knew that in this world, her figure would no longer exist. Wenglong. The myriad chi cauldron trembled and sucked the golden heavenly maiden inside. The space between Yifan's brows erupted with light, and his entire body emitted boundless light. At this moment, the universe was shaken. He operated the magical artifact and began to refine it. Pop! A soft sound rang out, like a flower blooming. An expanse of ashes drifted out from the cauldron. It wasn't the first bloom of life, but rather the withering of a life. There was no longer a golden heavenly maiden in this world. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path, the strong won and the losers perished. Those who truly achieved the Tao mostly advanced on corpses and bones. Behind them, fresh blood and piles of bones stretched as far as the eye could see. This path was just this cruel. Chapter 1668. On the simple and unadorned cauldron wall, golden light flickered. An exceptional heavenly lady's figure appeared, turning into a Tao pattern imprint, becoming a part of all creatures. Everyone's minds were greatly shaken. The all-life source energy cauldron was too shocking. What kind of transformation was this? It was mysterious and unfathomable, even emperor blood becoming a part of its symbols. Ashes scattered about. Many people were so shocked they couldn't snap back to reality. An archaic imperial daughter died just like that, the result extremely cruel, leaving everyone incredibly shocked. This starry domain became quiet. Many people shivered inwardly. This was not a good omen. Yi Fan's rise was unstoppable, just too powerful. In the initial stages of Quasi-Emperor, Emperor blood was definitely difficult to surpass. They had an innate incomparable advantage, yet now, they were ruthlessly suppressed and killed with a raise of a hand. After the silence, low voices sounded in the dark cosmos. Everyone found it hard to calm down. The ones who came were all experts, yet they were all horrified, their backs covered in cold sweat. Golden Heavenly Lady died, becoming a pile of bones on the Emperor path. Shenming, Heavenly Lady, 2 in a row. Was there going to be a third? Yi Fan vaguely became a supreme being air killer, specialized in killing existences at this level. It was absolutely horrifying. One was a supreme being child, the other an imperial daughter, yet they ended up like this. The Emperor path was ruthless, making one sigh deeply. The simple cauldron rose and fell in the sky, releasing strand after strand of source energy that turned into a waterfall, surrounding Yi Fan below. His expression couldn't be seen clearly, only a pair of eyes shining brilliantly, incomparably intimidating, the radiance of light clearly visible. At this moment, Dragon Girl felt a deep sense of powerlessness. 3 great experts with Emperor blood attacked, yet 2 of them died in the blink of an eye. It was just too sudden, too fast. Right now, she was the only one left. What else could she do? Fight? Even if she had an imperial magical artifact, it was useless. Yi Fan held the primal chaos green lotus in his hands, able to defend against it. That was truly a heaven-defying Tao lotus, 3 leaves supporting the heavens, transforming into the natural laws of all living things, difficult to break through. This not only made her tremble, it also made all of the experts in the cosmos tremble. With this Tao root, it was equivalent to being in an innately invincible position. Who could break through it? This wasn't a problem she alone had to face, but rather something that all of the experts in the Quasi-Emperor would feel apprehensive about. Who could ignore it? Who dared to ignore it? From that day onwards, Yi Fan had become an obstacle that threatened many people. All the heroes had to think about how to overcome him and how to face him. Obviously, this was a terrifying opponent that everyone had to think about. This would become a phenomenon that needed to be specifically targeted and considered on how to deal with. In this battle, Yi Fan's rise would be like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. The star field would tremble, and it would definitely cause a great commotion. A dragon cry sounded. A purple dragon soared into the heavens, and then it swooped down again. Its divine might was matchless, and imperial magical artifacts were revived. Its battle prowess was raised to the peak as it slaughtered its way downwards. The dragoness was truly unwilling. If she were to retreat just like that, what confidence would she have in the future? All of her conceit would become a mirage, and there would be no meaning in continuing to fight. No matter what, she had to strike once again and try to break through the chaotic green lotus. This was an emperor-tier weapon forged by her father. How could it be inferior to a lotus? Clang! The great dragon soared through the sky, its head majestic. When it smashed down, This kind of attack could definitely destroy a sea of stars, turning all of the stars into ashes. One had to understand that this was being activated by a quasi-emperor. Yi Fan was fearless. With the all-life energy cauldron above his head and the green lotus in his hand, he went against the heavens and faced this great dragon head-on. A true powerful attack collided. Chi! The 3 leaves on the green lotus shot out 3 streaks of green light. The immortal light that created the heavens at the beginning of the world transformed into all living things, breaking through the formless laws. It possessed an indescribable charm. The omnipresent imperial laws spread out like ripples, but they were quickly blocked and disintegrated, leaving behind waves of chaotic multicolored light. It was extremely beautiful. Dragon cries shake the 9 heavens. The dragoness shouted loudly. The purple true dragon coiled around like a coiling snake mountain, piling up in the sky. Every part of its body shone with purple light, and then it moved rapidly, resonating with the universe. Dragon cries rang out. Everyone in the distant sky was stupefied, and their minds were about to shatter. They were so far away, about to cross star systems, yet it was still so terrifying. Everyone decisively retreated. This is an ancient emperor cry. It's simply as if the true body of an emperor has revived, roaring through the cosmos in this era, the might of the purple dragon dominating the world. When an ancient emperor cried out, no one could endure it. Moreover, that purple true dragon coiled about, its body shaking rhythmically, its body and Tao sounds moving together. This was a type of extremely powerful attack. This was already no longer the dragoness controlling the imperial Tao weapon, but rather this weapon reviving and attacking on its own. It was because it also felt anger. From ancient times until now, without achieving the Tao, who could challenge the imperial might? That person wanted to overturn everything, so he would be destroyed. The 10,000 dragon bell trembled on its own. Even the dragoness who wielded it felt her heart tremble. Her body swayed, rising and falling within the sky full of purple light. She had already let go, unable to control this weapon anymore. Things had developed to this point, completely exceeding her expectations. This was the dignity of an imperial Tao magical artifact. It couldn't be offended and carried out a decisive battle. The dragon cries and the enormous dragon body crushed down. Yi Fan truly did suffer a terrifying impact. The primal chaos green lotus was trembling, the entire stalk bent from the pressure. Even the 3 leaves were swaying about, as if they were going to fall off. Green multicolored light filled the sky, making this place look like boiling water. Just be destroyed. Dragoness laughed coldly. Her entire body released purple light. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood energy. This was a streak of purple splendor, brilliant and dazzling. It surged onto the dragon body formed by the 10,000 dragon bell, making its aura flourish even more. It was because this type of blood was no small matter, belonging to the essence of an imperial Tao bloodline. It was refined by her, contaminated with her father's aura. When it was used on the extreme Tao weapon, it naturally trembled endlessly. It was as if the one who refined it back then had returned, currently standing at its side, accompanying it in battle, starting that glorious era, sweeping through the heroes of the heavens again. The purple energy rushed through the cosmos, simply about to break through this cage and enter immortal domain. Nothing could be seen here, only the imperial draconic energy and purple light surging. The green lotus suffered great pressure. King Chang sounds rang out, and with a Wenglong sound, the 3 leaves bloomed angrily. Symbols appeared one after another, flowing out from the leaves and scattering high into the sky. This was like a scripture, arranged in symbols that were difficult for ordinary people to understand. They were engraved in every inch of space, locking down this part of the universe and neutralizing the 10,000 dragon bells' pressure. The green light rushed towards the great dragon. Resplendent collisions and intense impacts rang out. This place became a region even more terrifying than a sea of lightning. No one knew what was happening, only vaguely hearing scripture sounds. In the end, 2 figures were faintly discernible. One stood on the great purple dragon head, dignified and majestic like an undying monument, overlooking the common people. The other figure towered above an enormous green lotus, looking down on the world and the clouds. His style was unmatched, overlooking the heavens throughout the endless ages. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, vaguely seeing an archaic emperor and a great emperor face off. Between them, there were endless star systems being destroyed, even more so endless Tao patterns collapsing. What was this? Every single person was horrified. Was this a battle that transcended eras? An archaic emperor was fighting against a great emperor of near ancient times. It was just too horrifying. They faced each other across space, a battle that spanned over 1,000,000 years. Wang. The purple splendor was like water, while the green light was like a waterfall. Scriptures flickered between the two, and all types of symbols erupted. A confrontation at the peak, surging like crazy tides. The world was destroyed. Under the sky-shocking multicolored light, nothing could be seen again. Only after a long time had passed did the two figures quickly rush towards each other, and then they disappeared together. What a pity, those are the ancient emperor and great emperor's imprint fragments. There are too few left, unable to support this type of battle at all, quickly being consumed. Someone sighed softly, feeling deeply regretful. However, when they thought about it, it made sense. If great emperors really could fight across space, then those ancient supreme beings wouldn't have any regrets. Once they were lost, the things left behind would only be remnants, unable to support a complete battle. At most, they would only be able to exchange a few blows. Light continuously flickered, and only the 10,000 Dragon Bell and Primal Chaos Green Lotus were left. The figures standing on their bodies had all disappeared. The purple True Dragon Queen and Dragoness were pale, and the Green Lotus Queen Yifan's expression changed. Their feelings were all different. Just now, they really did see two void figures confronting each other. That kind of feeling was very subtle, as if they had gone back in time to see two emperors. Father. Dragoness' voice trembled. Two streams of tears slid down her snow-white face. She hadn't seen her father for tens of thousands of years, and now, she suddenly saw his back. Even her heart was trembling. At this moment, she wasn't the female quasi-emperor who could destroy stars, kill decisively, and slaughter heavenly soldiers. Instead, she was only a somewhat weak girl who longed for the archaic times, hoping to see the Dragon Emperor again. She rushed towards her father's side. Yifan calmed down. He slowly raised the green lotus and pointed it forward. His face was full of indifference as he walked towards Dragoness. He could understand her feelings, but their hostile stance couldn't be changed. In the end, enemies could only be enemies. The terrifying battle began once again. Regardless of whether it was the 10,000 Dragon Bell or the Green Lotus, their luster was somewhat dim. The confrontation between the emperors just now had exhausted too much of their strength. It was difficult for them to recover in a short period of time. Boom! Yifan swept upwards with the Green Lotus in his hand. The laws were scattered, and a few runes on the true dragon were temporarily removed. The Tao laws fluctuated. His fist blazed with light as he forcefully smashed forward. An earth-shattering sound rang out, shocking everyone in the universe. Everyone was shaken. What was he doing? That kind of sound was ear-piercing. It was as if a deity was forging iron. The four poles of the universe were shaking, and the mortal world was violently fluctuating. Heavens, he's using his bare hands to fight against an extreme Tao weapon. It was like the reappearance of a legend. He hadn't reached the grand completion yet, and the blood in his body hadn't completely turned red yet. He actually dared to do such a thing, using his physical body to compete against an emperor's artifact. This was an unimaginable action. Everyone in the universe was tongue-tied. Those who were paying attention to this battle sank into a short period of silence. Their hearts trembled. Was this going to defy the heavens? What kind of shock was this? That was an emperor's artifact. This was an artifact that couldn't be challenged at all. It was the top divine artifact that suppressed this realm. Today, there was actually someone trying to break this legend that had been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years, challenging this kind of authority. Someone had done this in the past, but their cultivation should be higher than his. He hasn't reached the grand completion yet. How can he do this? Trembling voices carried a tone of disbelief. In the universe, pairs of eyes stared in that direction. Many people were speechless, unable to say anything. Dang! Yifan swept the green lotus in his left hand, and the celestial the arch fist in his right hand struck out again, forcefully colliding with the Emperor's artifact. Blazing light burst forth, illuminating the universe and drawing out an immortal radiance. Chapter 1669. He is, forcefully facing an imperial magical artifact. He didn't say much, only a few words, but it made the entire cosmos sea tremble. Everyone's voices were trembling. How could they not be shocked after personally witnessing this? In the cosmos, Yifan was sometimes like a kunpeng spreading its wings, and sometimes like a true dragon soaring through the skies. His powerful body was undergoing all types of transformations as he fought against the imperial weapon. It's because of that green lotus. Could it be that it really is Green Emperor? When this guess was made, quite a few people broke out into a cold shiver. This was just too terrifying. The one who broke the legend in the post-antiquity era, the only one who achieved the Tao, had only died 10,000 years ago. What kind of unforeseen event led to the appearance of this lotus? What kind of secrets were hidden? The more they thought about it, the more terrifying they felt. All of the signs pointed to a suffocating conclusion. There was something wrong with Green Emperor's death. The battle on the battlefield attracted everyone's attention, affecting the minds of the supreme experts. Yifan was like a deity descending to the mortal realm, brandishing his emperor fists to resist the divine mark purple gold emperor weapon. The King Cheng sounds were deafening. There was no way Yifan could face the imperial laws head-on, but the primal chaos green lotus helped him resist it. However, this was enough to prove the problem. His physical body was just too powerful. Otherwise, how could he dare to do this? If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been blasted apart and turned into a bloody paste. When he did this, even though there were traces of blood between his palms and fingers, his finger bones weren't broken. He was sensing the power of the supreme weapon, feeling out its pulse. The fist and lotus became one, allowing him to look down on the starry skies and sense the power of the ancient emperors. He experienced the powerful and undying traces they left behind in the long river of time. This type of collision allowed him to obtain great benefits. He used his heart to look at the unreachable peak and see just how far the road ahead was. Great waves surged within Yifan's mind. The imperial Tao was limitless. He saw through the dense fog and saw a vast and boundless world. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the end. Dragon Girl's face was pale. The other party's power and fearlessness moved her greatly, making it difficult for her to calm down. This person was too powerful. She seemed to have seen a young great emperor rise up. This person had the same spirit as her father, the same type of person. For the sake of cultivation, they can go up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds, all for the sake of attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal. Her Tao heart was shaken, and she deeply felt a type of powerlessness. She wasn't able to kill Yifan today, but if she missed this opportunity, then she was bound to never have another chance. Even an emperor-based celestial artifact wouldn't work, so what else could he do? She indeed had all kinds of forbidden secret techniques that were left behind by the archaic emperor. There were also forbidden domains that she had experienced herself, but she knew that they wouldn't be of any use. She couldn't do anything to that person. Because even emperor-based magic tools were useless now, so what could be more powerful than it? Her heart could not calm down, foretelling the outcome. Defeat was inevitable. The dragon girl stared at the green lotus, her heart filled with unwillingness. If not for it, this result would definitely not have been like this. No matter how strong Yifan was, he would still have to flee. Shwa. The dragon lady turned around and left. She knew that she couldn't continue. The only reason she hadn't been defeated yet was because she had an emperor-based ritual implement in her hands, not because of her own combat strength. If this continued, there would definitely be a mistake. At that time, there might be a huge problem. The scene of Shenming and the heavenly girl's blood splashing across the starry sky might repeat itself on her. The 10,000 dragon bell was an emperor artifact, its power naturally incomparable. It instantly shattered the cosmos, opening up a safe primal chaos passage. She walked inside. Yi Fan naturally chased after her, not letting her leave just like that. Since they were enemies, since the battle had already started, there had to be a result. He held the green lotus in hand, the source energy cauldron above his head. He turned into a streak of flowing light as he chased after her. The rose symbol art was operated to its limit. The long river of time seemed to have stopped for him. Moreover, at the same time, the army symbol art operated. He tried to interfere with the emperor artifact, trying to control and change it. Hong! Suddenly, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. A black immortal iron rod hacked open space, smashing towards the dragon lady. The sacred prince took action. The black iron rod in his hands shone with brilliant immortal multicolored light, auspicious brilliance surging. This path was blocked. The dragon lady's expression suddenly changed. She immediately tore open space again, moving into the distance. However, with a wonglong sound, a terrifying aura erupted as soon as she moved. A stone artifact tore open the cosmos, carrying a type of world suppression. There was an ancient emperor's dignified aura. It was extremely powerful. It was the divine tiger's stone artifact. At this time, it landed in the hands of a barbarian with messy hair, smashing down. The human demon was actually Dongfang Tai. After disappearing for many years, he appeared again, returning to this battlefield. He was trapped in a damaged emperor formation in the desolate border of the cosmos. He comprehended the Tao, charged through the trials, and resisted a certain terrifying race for many years. Finally, he came out alive, his strength increasing by a large amount. After returning, he directly received the stone artifact from the monkey. He watched like a tiger watching its prey, guarding the darkness to prevent the dragon lady from escaping. The dragon lady's heart sank. It turned out that escaping was also this troublesome. The emperor artifact had consumed too much energy to resist the primal chaos green lotus. Right now, it wasn't in a state of automatic recovery. She knew that she was in danger. Yi Fan closed in step by step. Even though the green lotus in his hand had also lost its luster, he himself was strong enough. This was where his current strength lay. Kill! The dragon lady shouted. Her peerless appearance was full of determination. Her beautiful hair flew in the wind, and her graceful immortal body emitted a holy radiance. Blood dripped from between her brows, and the blood landed on the emperor artifact. She was making a sacrifice to bring the magical artifact back to life. Firstly, she wanted to use this to survive and carve out a path of survival. Secondly, she hoped to see her father again. Even if she died in battle here, she wanted to see that familiar and imposing figure at the last moment. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying bloody battle. The primal chaos green lotus was forced to shine again. The blue sea connected the sky and covered the cosmos. The imperial might and the emperor's path blossomed together, and this place became a land without stars. Many years later, it would be labeled as a forbidden land of extinction by later generations. The outcome was already decided. The emperor artifact was beaten until it became dim, and the deity was about to fall into a deep slumber. The world saw a terrifying green lotus. It was so terrifying that it didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the confrontation of extreme Tao and would fight to the end. The green lotus defensive power was unparalleled, and even the emperor artifact became dim. With a final roar, the 10,000 dragons' bell suddenly shattered. It wanted to escape with the dragon lady, but in the end, it was swept away by Yi Fan's green lotus. The dragon lady fell down, and her beautiful hair scattered about her. Her sparkling white face was full of despair. She knew that she couldn't leave. This would be the last time she could see this world. Unfortunately, there was only darkness before her eyes. Not even the starlight could be seen. It had been beaten out of existence, and there was only nothingness. Father, where are you? Tears flowed from her eyes. She had awakened the Emperor artifact, and she was about to die. She couldn't see the ancient Emperor's shadow again, and she felt regret. Yi Fan took action. He raised his right hand and aimed it forward. At this moment, there was no right or wrong. Since they were enemies in this life, he couldn't show mercy even if he wanted to. The other party shattered several stars with a single finger, and the celestial court's losses weren't small. Together with their previous grievances, the enmity had long since become irreconcilable. If he let her go, Yi Fan would have no fear, but the people at his side would definitely be greatly threatened. It was just like those great stars that were shattered in a single night. He wouldn't allow this woman to do such a thing again. Yi Fan attacked, and the celestial emperor fist blasted forward. Pfft! A beautiful flower of blood bloomed, and a peerless goddess withered. Another person of the ancient emperor's bloodline was reduced. Scarlet specks and a rain of blood sprinkled across the sky, and then everything faded away. Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. He faced it silently. This road was very long, and it was also very cruel. Who knew how many people would die at the end of the campaign? Treading on blood and bones, it was destined to be a heavy life, and there would be endless desolation. Today, he had won, so he survived. If he had lost, the one who would die would be him. Perhaps in the future, he would also lose, or even more tragically, and become the scenery on someone else's emperor's path. All of his past glory would turn to smoke, and he would become an even more powerful person. But as long as he was still alive, he would advance bravely, and make himself even stronger. He had lost too much, and some people would never come back to life again. He was powerless to save them. For example, Qin Yao, and the divine King Jiang Taishu. At that time, he hated himself for being powerless. Now, he wanted to become stronger, and protect everyone around him, so that they wouldn't become a pitiful scene of blood in this great world. He wanted to advance, and he wouldn't be lenient to his enemies, even if he was viewed as an enemy by everyone. So what? They were enemies, and he would attack mercilessly, erasing all potential dangers that could endanger the people around him. He wanted to fight his way through. Even if there were great enemies everywhere, and the world was filled with the flames of war, he would be fearless, and he would win all the way. My path, my Tao. Yi Fan saw a corner of the future, and it was destined to be very difficult. The road to Emperor would not be peaceful, and it would be a scene of mountains and rivers dyed in blood. And the Forbidden Zone battles might start again one day, and that immortal path was also very vague. In this life, as long as he was still advancing, he would advance towards that goal, and he would encounter even more terrifying enemies. How was he going to face them? The collision of 10,000 Daos, the bloody journey, since it was destined to be cruel, the only way was to struggle free and stand at the peak. Even if it wasn't for himself, he had to do it for the people around him. He had to win 100 victories, and he had to look down on the world. The 10,000 dragon bell broke into the vast universe and flew away. There was no way to stop it, and in fact, it was difficult to keep it. Without a true emperor weapon in hand, it was impossible to seal it with the passive green lotus. The end of this battle caused many people in the starry sky to be shocked. The impact of this battle was very great. The divine physique rose strongly, and he announced his return to the world with the battle record of killing the 3 ancient bloodlines. This battle happened too quickly, very quickly. Although the battle was fierce from the beginning, it didn't last long, and the major powers in the universe still didn't know. Only those who rushed to the battlefield and saw everything with their own eyes were trembling. This was a shocking news that needed to be sent back immediately to tell their own people, or else they might make a big mistake. At this time, the divine physique couldn't fight back. In the dark universe, some people instantly went far away, not daring to tarry for fear of a big problem. Is the resource star that we occupied in the celestial court still being mined? Quickly return it, don't ask why, do it quickly. What about the stronghold we seized? Quickly give it up, don't talk too much, just because it belongs to the celestial court. One after another, the leaders were anxious. Some of them were well informed, and the news of the battle in the universe came back, causing some clan leaders to be unable to sit still. Clan leader, we've already betrayed the celestial court and left their territory. Do we still want to rely on them? We've already killed a group of heavenly soldiers, can we still be kind? Master, you were the one who ordered the attack on the celestial court, how can you blame me? You killed that heavenly general with your own hands. Yi Fan, the divine prince, and the human devil returned at the same time, all of them safe and sound. This caused great panic, and people suddenly realized that the colossus that was the celestial court was even more terrifying. The expected decline didn't appear, and these people returned alive. However, there were also people who opened their eyes, which were as deep as the sea and hazy with primal chaos. This was the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. When they opened and closed, terrifying light shot out, piercing through the universe and looking at the distant celestial court. Chapter 1670. The cosmos was boundless, excessively vast. The endless star systems were too far apart. Compared to this, life was extremely few, moreover so insignificant. Darkness and coldness were eternal themes. In this type of boundless starry sky, the transmission of information had a severe lag. If one didn't personally experience it, if they weren't here, there was no way they would immediately hear it. Only those who were related to their own life and death, those who had great benefits, would immediately rush to the sect to announce heaven's shocking changes. Right now, groups of soldiers were advancing, walking out from a star gate. Their armor flickered about, all of them cast from copper. They either held spears or carried halberds on their backs, cold light flickering about them. They came from the distance, stepping into this star domain. This was a powerful army, clearly elites. Every single soldier was extremely powerful. They crossed regions to arrive, all of them releasing a wave of austere energy. Their numbers were astonishing, at least 100,000 troops. Under the eyes of a few commanders, they walked out in an orderly and disciplined manner, about to carry out a world-shaking slaughter. Under this heaven-covering aura of experts, all things trembled. The cold light of the armors, as well as the killing intent of the weapons merged together. Even the stars grew dim, the sun and moon trembling. The one in the lead was riding a rare white Chelan colt, on which sat an otherworldly young man. Next to him was a large flag that fluttered with the fluctuations of divine power. It stirred up heavenly winds, causing many of the meteors to tremble, as if they were about to shatter. There were two large characters engraved on the banner, Divine Court. These two characters were extremely eye-catching, releasing a wave of astonishing aura, as if it was a vicious beast that wanted to devour people. It turned into symbols, condensing on the banner's surface. When this great banner unfolded, it rumbled about, like thunder, but also like war drums, intimidating one's soul. There were even more waves of dragon cries and phoenix cries, making one shiver inwardly. Kill, wipe out all of the troops of the celestial court. The youngster on the white Chelan colt looked extremely handsome, even a bit flirtatious, excessively beautiful. Only, he lacked a bit of heroic spirit, too feminine. He gently waved his hand, and the army behind him charged toward the blue planet like tigers and wolves. They were like a torrent of steel, shaking the universe and causing the stars to tremble. Divine Court Emperor Lord's second son came, leading a great army of 100,000 to wipe out the celestial court's various departments. Now, they were heading straight for an ancient pass. He was going to sweep through everything in his path, completely seize it, sweep out the thorn in his side. The divine army was like a tide, hiding the sky and covering the earth, submerging this great star. Cold light shone on their iron clothes, cold air piercing through the heavens, turning this place into a miserable place. Puff! Blood splashed high into the air. An old cultivator fell into a pool of blood with confusion and unwillingness on his face. His shining white head was covered in bright red blood. Grandfather! A young girl let out a heart-wrenching scream as she pounced over. With a chi sound, a streak of green sword radiance streaked past. That innocent face, that tender face that carried a crying expression, immediately froze. A head flew up, the headless corpse of the young girl falling onto the ground. The divine army was too powerful, the cultivators on this star unable to stop them at all. This was a group of tigers and wolves, extremely valiant. When they whistled past, sword energy swept out, all creatures were cut in half. The great army of 100,000 rushed into this blue star, completely wiping out everything. Those who were still mining in the copper concentrate mines, divine metal mountain ranges, couldn't escape at all of them killed. Blood dyed the regions they passed through red. This was a terrifying massacre, not even close to being a conquest. This was unfair, there wasn't the slightest bit of fairness to speak of. Among those who died, quite a few of their faces were filled with confusion, not knowing what happened at all. This place had already been abandoned by the Celestial Court, they were all unrelated people looking for a living, why did they come to kill them? Reporting to young master, only a portion of the people from the Celestial Court were killed, only a few hundred were killed. The rest were mostly rogue cultivators of this star. Blood flowed, and a commander walked over with large strides. His silver war blood flickered with a cold metallic luster, but it was stained with droplets of blood. He looked incomparably terrifying, like a demonic god. Xian Yi on the white Shilan beast was incomparably handsome, his white robes purer than snow, untainted by a speck of dust. When he smiled, he was like a demon. He was definitely not as young as he looked, but his appearance was outstanding. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What's so special about this? Next place, as long as its territory is ruled by the Celestial Court, it will become our territory. Next place. A huge starry door opened, and the army of 100,000 entered in an orderly manner. These were all the elites among the elites, masters of hundreds of battles. It could be said that they were the #1 army of the Celestial Court in the past. Cold light flickered, and this batch of divine army arrived at another star domain, landing on another great star shrouded in vitality. They blotted out the sky, and killed their way over, stirring up waves of blood chi and astral winds. Who are you? Why have you intruded into our homeland? A young man who was still very young roared in grief and indignation. Uncle Li had died, Uncle Wang had been killed, and even Zhang Gongye had been cleaved in half by a sword. This group of armors covered the sky, and they were like ferocious wolves, killing anyone they saw. With a pu sound, his face was filled with unwillingness as he fell into a pool of blood. No one cared about him. Only a sword slashed over, and he became a corpse. You are all bad people, Wu-Wu, return my brother's life. A little boy cried loudly as he stumbled over. Pooh! A commander slashed out with his iron sword, and the little boy's head directly flew more than 10 meters into the air. The little boy's face was frozen in horror, and blood splattered everywhere. The number of troops of the Celestial Court is pitifully small. There are only 800 rogue cultivators who are not willing to leave to seek a living. We didn't even manage to kill their troops, let alone an entire division. A senior commander personally reported to him. On top of the snow-white Chilan beast, Xian Yi appeared out of the world, even his fingers sparkling and translucent white. He coldly said, then we will continue to suppress and kill them. Hurry to the next place, all traces of them will be erased. This was a terrifying fuse. When he gave the order, he didn't know how terrifying the effects would be at all. The later generations would call this bloody incident the second sun's disaster, the true start of a bloody calamity. The cosmos was too large. In the distant starry river depths, Yifan's battle had just ended. Only a portion of the people who had previously appeared on that battlefield knew about it, while even more people didn't know. When the Divine Court Emperor's second sun set off, he didn't know that a great battle that shook the entire cosmos had happened in the distant starry river depths. Previously, Dragon Girl, Shenming, and Golden Heavenly Maiden all took action fiercely, either shattering the stars of the Celestial Court, or breaking apart the ancient stars of the Celestial Court, or unleashing a great massacre in the regions ruled by the Celestial Court, stirring up endless chaos. When he saw this, he also chose to take action. Recently, his divine art had reached great success, and even his body and appearance became younger, reaching an extreme state. His confidence swelled, and he became incomparably conceited. At this time, the matter in the starry sky quickly spreading to the other ancient regions. More and more people received the news, triggering a huge commotion. However, Xian Yi and the others still didn't know. 1 star, 2 stars. A total of 4 stars were conquered. The number of people killed wasn't too many, not in the tens of thousands, because the people involved had long retreated. However, the bloody massacre was extremely cruel, decisive, and bitter. Young master, it's not good, there's news from the starry sky. Just as they were about to rush to the 5th star, a holy knight rushed through the starry gate on a savage beast, his face deathly pale, extremely flustered, quickly sending a message. What are you panicking about? Xian Yi's expression was calm, his face full of displeasure. He was extremely calm and collected, dressed in white clothes, his temperament outstanding. Divine body. Yi Fan, he appeared. The person who came was trembling, stammering. Oh, he appeared again. Could it be that he can still defy the heavens? Can he really solve his own problems? Xian Yi had a faint sneer on his face, extremely calm, extremely calm. He killed Shen Ming, killed the golden heavenly maiden, killed Dragon Girl. The holy knight said everything in one breath, as if he had released a mountain from his heart, releasing a long breath with great difficulty. What? Xian Yi's expression changed, his handsome face full of disbelief. The 3 great ancient emperors' heirs all died? This was simply like the Big Bang of the universe, shocking everyone. How could this be? Wasn't it impossible to touch that domain forever? It was sealed by the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the others' remnant marks? How could it be so powerful now? Are you sure it's true? Xian Yi's brows stood on end. It's true. That battle just ended. I believe that in a few days, the entire universe will know, the holy knight replied, having Xian Yi retreat. What are you panicking for? This matter has been approved by my father. Even if he broke through, so what? In front of those who have achieved the Tao, he is still as humble as before. It's nothing. Xian Yi forced himself to be calm, putting on a dignified expression, but it made his beautiful face look somewhat sinister. Boom! Another starry door opened, and another holy knight rushed out, shouting, "Young master, retreat quickly. Yi Tiandi is coming. The divine court has sent an urgent message, telling you to leave this star field quickly." What Yi Tiandi? Who gave him that title? Who does he think he is? Even my father doesn't dare to use this name. Who does he think he is? Xian Yi was enraged on the spot. It's all the heroes called him. Young master, hurry up and leave, he is coming back. The person who came was sweating profusely. All right, let's retreat for now. Since the divine court has given the order, I have to obey it. Xian Yi said, giving himself a way out. Then, the army of 100,000 quickly passed through the starry door and left this star field. Yi Fan had risen, returning in defiance of the heavens. This news caused an uproar in all the heavens. The news of him killing the descendants of the 3 ancient emperors in one battle swept through the starry sky like a raging wave, shaking the vast universe. Everyone was stunned, inexplicably shocked. This was simply a legend. Those were the bloodline of the primeval emperors, but he had killed them with just a lift of his hand. The second son of the emperor? Yi Fan's eyes flickered. As soon as he returned to the headquarters of the celestial court, he received a piece of news that made him unhappy. The Black Emperor, Flower, and the others directly exploded. Motherf *Ker, are you tired of living? How dare you try to bathe our celestial court in blood? Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he is the second son of the Emperor of the Divine Court? Kill him, we must kill him. He must have gotten the approval of the Emperor, otherwise how could he dare to do this? This time, there weren't many casualties on the 4 stars. Close to 10,000 cultivators fell, all of them unwilling to leave, mainly independent cultivators. But this still made the celestial court stifle their anger, stifling a ball of fire. Yi Fan, the Saint Prince, and the human demon had just returned, and now someone wanted to bathe their backyard in blood. How could they tolerate this? So what if he is the emperor? Let Nan Nan stand guard here. Now go kill the emperor's second son. The human demon said domineeringly. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. All right. He did as he said. The next moment, Yi Fan disappeared. Seeing this, the others decisively opened the starry door and chased after him. Xian Yi had already returned with his troops. They had retreated to the territory ruled by the divine court and entered an impregnable pass. After that, he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't believe that someone would offend his father and cause trouble here. How powerful was the undying Heaven Empress? But even she was afraid of her father. There were even rumors in the outside world that the one who fought against the undying Heaven Empress was her father. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the emperor's cultivation was. However, just as they were calmly returning, the pass collapsed. A demon-like figure entered the divine court's hinterland and attacked. Yi Fan had arrived. He descended from the sky and reached out to grab the divine court's divine son. You, the divine court's second son, shouted. He didn't think that there would be someone who dared to enter at this time. They were almost at his father's imperial palace, so how could they be so daring? In recent years, his strength had improved greatly, and he was only a hair's breadth away from the quasi-emperors. The great flag beside him was a supreme treasure of the quasi-emperor that the emperor had bestowed upon him. It could protect his life. But now, it was useless. He was picked up by Yi Fan and fixed in midair, staring at him coldly. The great flag fluttered. This was a supreme treasure. Terrifying light erupted from the flag, and tens of thousands of streaks of lightning swept toward Yi Fan's body. However, the blazing light flashed. Yi Fan's magic power soared into the sky, and he was completely unharmed. In the end, he even guided this power into his body to explore the secrets of this power. It couldn't harm his body in the slightest. The white Qilin raised its head and roared into the sky. It stood up on its hind legs and also erupted with light. However, the large black dog descended from the sky and instantly sat on top of it. He then said, "From today onwards, you are my mount." He glanced at Xian Yi and sneered. Do you think you are a holy god just because you ride on a white horse? Or maybe I am. Why are you still wearing white? I think you want to wear mourning clothes, don't you? Let go of the young master. Many people roared. The elites all rushed over. The human demon opened his hand, covering the sky and earth. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew everywhere, drowning this entire place. He grabbed tens of thousands of people and suppressed them all. Do you know? Xian Yi was fierce on the outside, but he was weak on the inside. He no longer had a hint of calmness, nor did he have that graceful bearing and transcendent temperament. Right now, he was very afraid. Yi Fan grabbed him like he was grabbing a little chick. Pooh! Before he could finish speaking, Yi Fan crushed his physical body. Then, he grabbed his nascent soul and sealed it in the great flag, carrying out a hellish torture. Ah! Xian Yi howled in agony. He was in extreme pain. The divine court was going to war with the celestial court. On this day, the news soared into the sky. The four poles of the universe shook and trembled. Everyone was shocked. How was this possible? Were the two great forces finally going to fight? You killed my son, and you are so unbridled. Do you want me to kill all of you? After more than 300 years, the chaos of the darkness finally ended. The sovereign who had been silent all this time finally appeared, and he spoke with his majestic voice. If you kill one member of the celestial court, I will kill one of your sons. If you don't believe me, you can come and try. On this day, Yi Fan's words also shook the universe. His words were sonorous and forceful. Chapter 1671. Two colossal entities might collide. It would be like a shocking comet streaking across the sky, like a terrifying flame engulfing the mountains and rivers. As soon as the news spread, everyone was shaken. The universe trembled, and all races were alarmed. This was definitely a terrifying earthquake, causing the stars to tremble. Everyone had a premonition that the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court would fight, but they had never thought that the fuse would come so quickly and be activated in such a manner. Why didn't the chief return that important city? Didn't you say that we should offer our humble apologies and humble ourselves? On an ancient planet, a race was discussing. Yes, the master of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan, has returned and started a massacre, causing the bloodline of 3 ancient emperors to fall. The second son of the master of the Celestial Court has also become a dead soul. Don't tell me we don't need to apologize and immediately return the resource planet we seized. What's the rush? He is very strong, but the emperor should be even more terrifying. Let's wait and see, said an aged voice. A few people cursed silently. Weren't you the one who scolded us after hearing the news and asked to immediately go to the Celestial Court to apologize? In the end, you changed your attitude as soon as the news came. You really flipped the page of a book. Something similar happened on another planet. A few important figures were discussing how to deal with the relationship between the two great powers. The Emperor is about to come into being. He is the most powerful person in this world. In the end, Yi Fan hasn't transformed into a divine physique. If we fight to the death, he will definitely die. We don't need to return the star we seized from the Celestial Court in a hurry. Oh, not bad. Let them fight to the death. If the Celestial Court is destroyed, that star containing divine iron will forever belong to us. The universe was not peaceful, especially at the borders of the Celestial Court. All the major tribes and powers were getting restless. They were all making preparations. Perhaps they could get a share of the spoils from the war. Let's fight to the death. In the end, the elites of both families will be wiped out. If the Emperor still hasn't reached the Tao, he probably won't have much lifespan left. Even if he controls the universe, he won't have many years left. Make preparations early. Watch as the Celestial Court is uprooted and the Celestial Court declines from its peak. Of course, there were also people who were worried. They immediately returned the fortresses and important towns of the Celestial Court, afraid that Yi Fan would take revenge on them in the future. At the borders of the Celestial Court, formation patterns flickered. The Great Formation covered the sky, but there were not many people there. Only a few people were carving defensive formation patterns. The main force had long since returned to the headquarters. This time, the battle between the armies was not the main point. It was very likely that it would be a battle at the pinnacle of the human world. The Sovereign Lord was too powerful, and there might really be no one in this world who could rival him. How terrifying was his battle prowess? No one could say for sure. According to their estimations, they shouldn't be much weaker than the Supremes that appeared during the Dark Turmoil. Even if they weren't at that level, they should be close. This was like a huge mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts. The atmosphere in the Celestial Court was very oppressive. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy, and they were all prepared for battle. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that obedient, adorable, pure, and innocent little girl was here. After experiencing the Dark Turmoil, they all knew that little Nan Nan's background was astonishing. She was truly nature-defying. As long as she was here, even if the Sovereign Lord came, he shouldn't be able to cause any chaos in the bloody calamity. In the void of the universe, on a huge island, jade grass grew everywhere. Phoenix flowers bloomed, dragon vines grew, and ancient divine trees covered the sky. They were verdant and glistening, and multicolored light lingered around them. The palaces and pavilions here were suspended in the clouds. Silver waterfalls were like dragons, flowing down for tens of thousands of feet. It was extremely magnificent and beautiful, just like a fairyland. In the center of the Pure Land, the Bodhi tree had already grown to a height of 6 feet. It sprinkled down a large expanse of multicolored light, and auspicious colors circled around it. It looked sacred and auspicious. Many people were sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. The large black dog looked solemn and dignified, Pang Bo was as mighty as a demon god, Hua Hua had a compassionate expression on her face, the sacred prince was breathing the essence of chaos, and the human devil, was eating meat in large mouthfuls. The group of people all had different reactions. Little Nan Nan ran here and there, very lively and energetic. She blinked her big black gem-like eyes and strenuously looked at this and that, full of curiosity. She didn't feel the nervous atmosphere of a great battle. Not far away, the Chilan divine medicine was half a meter tall. Purple multicolored light surged, and 9 leaves supported the sky. A string of sparkling and translucent flowers bloomed, attracting a group of small divine beasts. These were auspicious beasts that the celestial court had raised. Every one of them was extraordinary. Some had the bloodline of the white tiger, and some had the blood of the fire phoenix. The sovereign of the celestial court has summoned all his descendants and told them to return to the celestial court immediately. The golden-winged rock king appeared and brought back this piece of news. Everyone was shocked. It was clear that the sovereign of the celestial court was really going to make a move, and he was indeed afraid of Yifan. He was afraid that Yifan would really kill his other descendants. The golden-winged rock king was silent. After reporting, he directly sat down under the Bodhi tree. Auspicious multicolored light flickered here, and every leaf was engraved with a type of Tao pattern. It was a good place to comprehend the Tao. Back then, he had comprehended the great rock king fist under the Bodhi tree, and thus became a top-grade expert. During these years, he had advanced bravely and became more and more powerful. The sovereign of the celestial court has appeared. On this day, many people were shaken. They felt a powerful fluctuation in this starry domain, as if a great emperor had descended into the mortal world. Everyone was horrified, and then they were incredibly shocked. They instinctively knew that this was not something that someone who had just become the quasi-emperor could contend against. The sovereign was too powerful. Hong. That was a fiery red star that was incomparably brilliant. This was the sovereign's secluded cultivation ground. Normally, no one dared to approach it, but at this time, it suddenly exploded. The star split into many halves, and then a person stepped out from within. This was a middle-aged man whose entire body was fiery red, and even his hair was jumping about like flames. The most powerful aura surged, surging through the cosmos, making the surrounding stars explode one after another. The sovereign came out of seclusion, right in the region ruled by the divine court. Everyone could sense how powerful he was. Kacha. The divine statue consecrated in the divine court palace directly shattered. It was because his true body had already appeared. This clay statue that could normally communicate with the outside world and speak was destroyed. The great battle was about to begin. This was what everyone was thinking. Everyone's hearts were pounding. The sovereign might not be comparable to the supreme beings of the dark chaotic era, but the difference really wasn't that great. Father, 8 figures flew over from the distance. They immediately bowed down, all of them incredibly moved. The divine court sovereign was this powerful, who in this world could contend against him? The future belonged to them. Keng Chang sounds rang through the air. A set of scarlet dragon armor flew over, landing on the sovereign's body, covering him. This was a set of dragon python armor that surged with flames. In the past, his pagoda had shattered, and even now, only a few fragments had been found. It was difficult to reforge it. During these years, he had fused several quasi-emperor weapons left behind by the predecessors together to forge this scarlet dragon armor. He's just a junior, yet he dares to kill the experts of my celestial court and even the second prince. This is truly an unforgivable crime. Sovereign, come out of seclusion, please uphold justice. A few old officials also flew over, and all of them knelt on the ground. Facing that figure with surging scarlet flames and matchless divine might, they all trembled and earnestly paid their respects. In every corner of the cosmos, many people received the news and were all waiting. Everyone knew that a violent storm was coming. The atmosphere in the star domain where the celestial court was located was extremely stifling. Many great powers directly withdrew, ordering their disciples not to travel there, or else they might be killed. Everyone was waiting. A great collision was about to begin. The experts under the celestial court are as numerous as the clouds, but they definitely can't stop such a powerful sovereign. I believe that after this battle, there will no longer be a celestial court in this world, only a remnant. Isn't this perfect? The resource stars they seized will completely belong to us. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Many people naturally hoped that Yifan would fall. That way, they wouldn't have to return the strategic towns and mines they obtained, and could rightfully take them. Meanwhile, there were also some people who felt indignant, feeling that the divine court had gone too far. They felt that it was a pity for the celestial court. The human race's sacred body is so powerful, a heaven-warping talent. If he was given time to grow, he would definitely be able to defy the heavens. Now, he is in danger. He doesn't have a chance. The sovereign has come into being, and an existence of this level is simply impossible to contend against. It's impossible for anyone to be his opponent. That is a supreme being that is about to achieve the Tao. Those who sympathized with him and those who took joy in his misfortune were all paying attention. No matter what their standpoint was, they all believed that the celestial court in Yifan definitely wouldn't be able to stop the divine court sovereign. Chaotic times have arrived. A dazzling collision is about to occur. There were also people in the emperor's battlefield who spoke coldly. His fall is imminent. The sacred body is about to be defeated. Many people in the ancestral lands of some great clans were discussing and paying attention. Yifan's powerful rise made many people feel suffocated. His enemies hoped that he would fall, not wanting to see him advance and reach the peak. Now that the sovereign had taken action, for those who were hostile towards him, this was the best thing that could happen. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, as if there was a dark cloud shrouding everyone's hearts. The star domain where the celestial court was located seemed to have become dim, making people feel fear. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, it was still like this. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. On the 6th day, news erupted like a volcano. The divine court sovereign had taken action, his aura suppressing the universe and shaking the 8 desolate lands. The divine court's army pounced over, wanting to flatten the celestial court and completely destroy it. They were like a mighty flood of the universe, stretching as far as the eye could see. The sovereign sat on a carriage pulled by 9 old flood dragons, all of them emitting a terrifying aura as they directly charged through the celestial court stronghold. There were formation runes and defenses here, but they couldn't stop the sovereign at all. The army behind them was vast and mighty, pressing forward. The celestial court was definitely going to be destroyed. This was the thought in everyone's hearts. Such a powerful character, such a terrifying army, no one could stop them now. The headquarters of the celestial court had been exposed, and the divine army had actually found it. The great army pressed forward, directly charging towards this vast floating island in the universe. All the celestial soldiers and generals retreated to guard this place. Saint Fiziki Fan, come out and accept your death. The supreme sovereign of the divine court has arrived, someone shouted from within the divine court. People shouted and beasts roared. Iron swords clanked, battle axes were like rainbows, long spears were like forests, flickering with cold light, and awe-inspiring armor. They were like a flood of steel, swallowing the mountains and rivers, sweeping through the universe. The divine court sovereign stood up on the carriage, looking at the silver waterfall, the colorful fallen petals, and the sparkling light flowing in the pure land. His expression was solemn and grave. Considering your great contributions 300 years ago, our sovereign doesn't want to make things too difficult for you. He now orders you to disband the celestial court, bind your hands and feet, and come here to beg for forgiveness. He will spare your lives. The person next to the divine court sovereign spoke, his voice shaking the 8 desolate lands. This voice had a strange magical power, intimidating people's hearts. The sovereign, on the other hand, didn't move at all. He was incomparably dignified, like a true divine emperor descending from the heavens. At this moment, he looked down on the world with disdain, as if everything was under his control. His expression was cold, and his eyes were deep and terrifying, looking down on all directions. You think too highly of yourself. You've been a coward for more than 300 years, yet you still dare to call yourself the supreme ruler of the universe. If I were you, I would never appear again until I die of old age. On the giant island, someone spoke, mercilessly exposing the sovereign's scars. How dare you offend our sovereign? All of you must die. The divine court's army erupted, and many people took out their weapons, their murderous intent soaring into the sky. Chapter 1672. The densely packed army closed in. This was a forest of steel. Every one of them held spears, iron swords, and spears. Their bodies were covered in ice-cold armor as they shook their weapons. Monstrous killing intent swept towards the Pure Land. And on the imperial carriage, the Emperor Lord wore a crimson dragon armor, appearing even more dignified. The aura of a supreme powerhouse did not affect the people on his side. Instead, he rushed towards the floating continent like a tide. He was like the reincarnation of a crimson dragon. His divine might was matchless and incomparably powerful. His red hair danced in the wind and his face was incomparably indifferent. Just this aura alone was enough to make one's courage shatter. Even though there was a great emperor-killing array in the Pure Land, even though there were supreme array runes, everyone still couldn't withstand this pressure. Many people were trembling. This wasn't because they lacked courage, but because their bodies instinctively betrayed their hearts. They couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Many celestial soldiers and generals were ashamed. They couldn't help but roar towards the heavens, but they suffered an even more powerful pressure. The Emperor Lord indifferently stared at them. Wherever his eyes passed, the array runes on the continent would release sparks one after another as if they had been cut by a sharp sword. This caused the Black Emperor's expression to change. This person was too powerful. In this era where there were no ancient supreme beings, even if he wasn't number one, it was close. There was almost no one who could keep him in check. It was no wonder that he was suspected to be a supreme powerhouse that could contend against the undying Heaven Empress. The Emperor Lord immediately saw Yi Fan standing under the Bodhi tree with the myriad energy cauldron above his head. He held a blue lotus in his hand as he stared at the Emperor Lord. The true Bodhi tree, this is an undying immortal tree. Not only can one comprehend the Tao under this tree, but it can also be refined into a 9 revolutions immortal pill. Several commanders in the divine court couldn't help but shout out. Their eyes were burning with passion, almost turning into flames. This was because this was the most precious immortal treasure in the world. If our master obtains it, he can add another lifetime to his lifespan. He will definitely establish a great emperor that will surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. No one will be able to match him. Some people said. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the precious tree. Their hearts were filled with greed, all of them wanting to seize it for themselves. This couldn't be blamed on them. This was human nature. This was an immortal tree that could move the hearts of ancient emperors. It had always been in the hands of emperors and sovereigns, so how could mortals not be excited? That cauldron isn't bad either. It has fate with my master. A few old ministers stared at the myriad chi cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head and said in unison. The emperor's pagoda had been broken by an ancient supreme being, and now, he lacked a rare divine weapon. What big words! The Black Emperor snorted coldly. Offer this cauldron to my lord, and it can lessen your great crimes. An elder shouted, having them present the cauldron. This caused everyone in the celestial court to be filled with righteous indignation. The other party was too arrogant, completely not putting them in his eyes, looking down on the world, looking down on his subjects. Boom! On the continent, battle platforms floated up one after another. Dozens of battle platforms shot out at the same time, charging towards the divine army of the celestial court. The few old courtiers were naturally the main targets. However, something terrifying happened. The Emperor Lord, who was wearing the scarlet dragon armor, emitted a fiery light, burning all of the formation patterns into pieces. The dozens of formation platforms even collapsed. This was just a type of aura. He didn't even take action, this was a type of instinctive release, yet the great formation platforms of the celestial court were broken. It left everyone horrified. There were quite a few people in the distance who saw this scene. They were all famous figures from various clans that came to watch the battle. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't horrified. This was too powerful. Could it be that the Emperor Lord was comparable to an ancient supreme being? With the circulation of the source, nothing in this world could injure his body. This was the embodiment of the pinnacle of cultivation. This wasn't a decisive battle of equals at all. Even if Yi Fan or the Sacred Prince became the quasi-emperor, they still wouldn't be his opponent. Everyone seemed to have seen the conclusion. Blood would flow like rivers here, corpses piled up like mountains. No one could contend against the Emperor Lord. He was the supreme being of this world. You killed my son, humiliated my divine court, and forced me to come out of isolation to take action. You all brought this upon yourselves. The Emperor Lord finally spoke, shaking the heavens. He was like a heavenly deity that came from a legendary era. His entire body was surrounded by layer after layer of divine rings, mysterious and terrifying. He walked forward step by step, closing in on the continent before him alone. He was about to ascend. Killing intent swept out, shaking the heavens. Even the cosmos was collapsing. Kacha. On this continent, those formation patterns all lit up, and many of them directly shattered, unable to endure the pressure. It was difficult for them to resist. Pile him to death for me. The Black Emperor roared angrily. Its most powerful weapon, the divine altars carved from divine materials, floated up one by one. On them were the remnants of great Emperor Wu Shi's killing formation. There were thousands of ancient altars, and they were all going to be used against the Imperial Lord. In that instant, the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. Even though it was damaged, it couldn't hold back too much. When they merged together, a wave of heaven and earth shaking aura surged. Even the stars were trembling chaotically. The celestial court was extremely terrifying. This was what everyone thought. They never expected it to have this type of backing. Everyone's scalps went numb. The several thousand formation platforms were all forged from everlasting silver essence, origin vein ancient marrow, 9 heavens divine jade, and other things. There were several tens to over 100 types of divine materials, and every single one of them could be forged into a great sage weapon. Among them, there were even some rare materials that might not be found even if one searched the 4 extremes of the world. So many divine materials were all carved into formation platforms. It was too extravagant. It wouldn't be a problem even if several quasi-emperor died from piling on them. It was because these were the damaged formations of a great emperor. The divine court army stopped moving restlessly. They were forced back by a tremendous pressure. The Emperor Lord was expressionless, and his eyes became much colder. After staring for a moment, he took a step forward and said, "If you don't submit, then die." His killing intent erupted. The scarlet dragon armor on his body seemed to have a life of its own. One could see a blood dragon coiling around his body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, making him seem even more powerful. Hong! The continent trembled, and the void collapsed. Everywhere the Emperor Lord passed by, everything would shatter. He forcibly opened up a primal chaos passageway as he stared at Yi Fan and the others in the Pure Land. Pung! He smashed apart a formation platform, and then his body leapt out, turning into a scarlet dragon. Under all types of ferocious light beams, he rushed in through a crack. With a wonglong sound, all of the formation platforms trembled, and then they all shone. Streak after streak of blazing radiance swept out, suppressing the Emperor Lord together. This was a heavenly net formed from the power of countless damaged formations. Everyone was stupefied. They felt as if their younger generations were drenched in cold sweat. The Celestial Court's methods were terrifying after all. This was definitely enough to stop the quasi-emperor, and then kill him. The Divine Court army became nervous, fearing that something unexpected would happen to the Emperor Lord. Every single one of them held their breaths, watching carefully. The Emperor Lord turned into a scarlet dragon, advancing through the great void crack. His entire body flickered with bloody light, chaotic energy swirling around his body. He looked incomparably terrifying, truly like a true dragon from the immortal realm. His malevolent body and unmatched flesh selectively smashed apart a few formation platforms, avoiding the heavenly net formed from interweaving divine light. He was like a dragon that entered the sea, moving unhindered. These formation platforms couldn't stop his footsteps. A boundless pressure was spreading from his body. He entered the depths of the formation platforms, unstoppable. Everyone was shocked. The Emperor Lord was too powerful. Even though there were many damaged Great Emperor killing formation platforms, they couldn't do anything to him. He was like a dragon soaring through the sea, the vast sea and the sky, allowing him to roam freely. The divine army immediately erupted with world-shaking cheers. Everyone was stirred up, raising the war halberds, iron swords, pikes, and other weapons in their hands, roaring towards the sky. They knew that the celestial court was about to be broken through. At that time, undying immortal medicines, divine artifacts, quasi-emperor magical artifacts, divine materials, and other things would all belong to them. And from then on, there might not be any power in this world that could stop them. They would establish a glorious era, to the extent where their names might even be recorded in history. Hong. The Emperor Lord successfully broke through thousands of formation platforms. It didn't take long for him to transform from a scarlet dragon into a majestic and imposing middle-aged man. His scarlet hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold and frightening. With a stomp of his foot, a large piece of the continent collapsed. He coldly said, "Do you still want to resist? If I make a move, no one here will be able to live." Everyone knew that the celestial court was most likely finished. The Emperor Lord's true body had already entered the Pure Land, and there was no longer any power left to resist. Unfortunately, from now on, the celestial court would no longer exist in this world. This short-lived organization finally walked towards destruction because of this cursed name. There's no suspense. It actually ended like this. It's a pity that the Saint Fiziki fan didn't have the chance to see his true power. Oh, isn't this good? We'll give some of those resource stars to the Divine Army and keep some for ourselves. We don't need to care about the Celestial Court anymore. From now on, it will disappear with the wind. Many people from the various races in the universe were discussing. Some felt that it was a pity, while others were celebrating. They were paying close attention to everything. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron above his head and the green lotus in his hand. He was about to fight against the Emperor Lord. And after this, the monkey also carried the immortal iron rod and walked over without hesitation, wanting to fight alongside him. The demonic old man held a strange weapon in his hand. It looked like bone yet not bone, like stone yet not stone. The warm and crystalline white bone rod was fused together with the sacred spirit lineage's precious gemstone. Just the three of you? 3 quasi-emperors won't do. Kill them all. The Emperor Lord said coldly. He had almost achieved the Tao and had the strength and capital to look down on all living things. What are you pretending for? People like you will never become an emperor. The Black Emperor said disdainfully. He secretly prepared the heaven-devouring demon jar, ready to take it out at any time to launch a sudden attack. The green lotus in Yi Fan's hand was raised high. This immortal plant was the crux of this battle. If it could completely nullify the Emperor Lord's attack, then they would have nothing to fear. No matter what you guys have prepared, it is useless. In front of absolute power, everyone has to crawl under the Emperor's feet. You all have to die. A few old ministers sneered and shouted from the back. With a hong sound, the Emperor Lord used his actions to prove his strength. With a step forward, the 4 directions shook. The universe's starry river resonated and trembled. He didn't fear the divine weapons in the hands of Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others. Almost all the powerful races in the universe had rushed over. At this moment, they were all paying attention to this battle because the impact was too great. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. They were incomparably nervous because they knew that a great battle was about to erupt. Everything would come to an end in this battle. Hong. The Emperor Lord made his move. In an instant, resplendent light erupted, enveloping this continent. He was about to unleash a fatal attack. It's starting. It's comparable to an ancient supreme being. It's over. How can this kind of power be blocked? The celestial court's destruction is at this moment. Everyone was shaken. They were all horrified. However, a great change suddenly took place. The Emperor Lord, who had just erupted with terrifying fluctuations, seemed to have been struck by lightning. His entire body went rigid. His body was ice cold. It was as if he was being stared at by a colossus. It was as if a true great emperor was looking down on him. It had been many years. He had almost forgotten this kind of feeling. A type of fear actually emerged from the depths of his heart. His entire body felt a bit cold. What was going on? He couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but fall back. All of his power was quickly retracted. Then, he saw a little girl who was currently looking at him innocently. She looked like she was carved from jade and was no more than 2 or 3 years old. Standing under the Bodhi tree, she was as terrifying as a porcelain doll. However, it was precisely her that made him horrified. There was a great fear in the depths of his heart. Everyone was at a loss for words. What was going on with the Emperor Lord? Regardless of whether it was the divine army in the rear or the experts of the various races, they were all stupefied. How could this be the result? Great Emperor. Tao fruit. The Emperor Lord said with a trembling voice. He muttered to himself. His face was full of shock as he stared at the little girl. His expression was overcast and the fear on his face gradually dissipated. He slowly calmed down. He stared at the little girl in front of him and said, "Didn't you die? How could you still be alive? Since you left behind a supreme Tao fruit, then I will devour you and carry out a transformation." In the next moment, he clenched his teeth and made an important decision. He directly closed in on the little girl. He opened a large scarlet dragon hand and was about to grab her over. Hong! Yi Fan took action. The celestial emperor fist in his right hand smashed over. His left hand held the green lotus and swept out, preparing to dissolve the other party's magical Tao attack. The Emperor Lord laughed coldly. He casually pointed out with a finger. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The sun, moon, and stars fell like dumplings. It shocked everyone. He was just too powerful. No one could imagine that he was far stronger than those who had just become quasi-emperor. Everyone's hair stood on end. How were they supposed to fight? The various powerful races were all terrified. The only thing that made the celestial court feel relieved was that the green lotus in Yi Fan's hand disintegrated the great Tao fragments that were rushing over. Yi Fan didn't suffer the attacks of the supreme laws. The monkey took action. The half of the iron rod in his hand resonated with the mountains and rivers. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light shone. The only pity was that only half of it remained. It had been damaged and no longer had its former divine might. With a chi sound, the Emperor Lord flicked out a streak of scarlet light and struck the black iron rod. A loud dang sound rang out, shaking all parts of the universe. Everyone was astonished. If it was an ordinary quasi-emperor weapon, it would have definitely exploded. The wielder would definitely have suffered heavy injuries. Only the sacred prince could remain unharmed with this immortal weapon. Wang. The special weapon in his hand also contained sovereign Tao laws. It was a supreme treasure of the Stone Men race, and it directly smashed down. The Emperor Lord didn't use his physical body to block it. He still acted like how he dealt with the monkey. He flicked out his own great Tao and struck that large rod, releasing a shocking sound. His killing intent surged forward like a tide, mainly targeting Yi Fan. He wanted to send him flying and then devour the little girl. At this moment, the killing intent shook the vast universe, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. The Emperor Lord was determined to wipe out everything here. Suddenly, the little girl's entire body released immortal light to protect herself. There was a supreme imposing aura that erupted. At the same time, in the depths of the distant star domain, at the Big Dipper coordinates, an extremely terrifying light figure appeared. It was as if an immortal king was awakening. Hong. The terrifying aura shook the entire universe. The Emperor Lord cried out loudly. His face was pale as he turned around to flee. He didn't have the slightest bit of might or arrogance as he fled in a panic. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had expected that the unmatched Emperor Lord's face would lose all color. He was fleeing rapidly. This was something no one could accept.